volume audio captured, not registered.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I don't want reality.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm staying in the race.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Don't be creepy.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
I made a huge time mistake.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Go on right now.
China? China. I have to have my China.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich white man. Come on! It's just one day. For me, exactly. Here we are again. A beautiful Saturday, no doubt. But somehow this night's being disturbed by screams and shouts. Say stop screaming, but they don't stop. Which means I suppose we must continue on into that deep dark void. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. Safety first. Well, good to see you all decipher. Donald Duck and Noah Noah 123 in the YouTube chat with Sarah Layla. And close fourth. Charlie Janmir, Disco Wolf, Soul Life, Schmegley, Tom Trask, Orb Frumer, Shade Dragon, Bob Carmody, I see you, PB, and Mozzie. Alright, I think that's everybody. Did I do my job? I think I did it. I think I did it. Which means it's time to get in to all this up. Where am I? What's happening here? There I am. Hello. Ay, ay, ay. A lot to talk about. You've seen the top headlines of the night, but there are some other things going on. Hey, Charlie Janmir with the loving lemony super sticker. Much appreciated. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Lot of stuff. Lot of stuff for us to talk about. Not just headlines, although there's definitely some good stuff in there, and some some undoubtedly interesting topics today. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, this is... no, that's not good. Well, breaking news, everyone. YouTube is trying to steal Galactic Christmas. I'm afraid to tell you all right now. It makes me very sad to tell you. But I have just found out that I won't be getting paid by YouTube until the end of this month, and that will only count for any chats that were done last month, and for any chats that are done, any super chats, any super stickers that are done this month, I won't get paid for until nearly the end of January. And due to my, I guess, planning on them paying me slightly faster than that, I'm going to implore all of you to, if you haven't yet, consider donating on either Cash App or PayPal, or becoming a Patreon member, as all of those get me paid immediately. Now, of course, at some point, I will see the YouTube money. Not like it's not coming, but it will unfortunately take literally 2 months from now for me to see it. It's very frustrating. The fact is, I love those goddamn super stickers. They make me happy. When I see the super stickers and they're dancing in the chat, oh god, it fills me with a sense of joy. So, you know, if you've already become a Patreon member, then really, you know, totally up to you, whatever you decide. Everyone really, I know everybody has their own things going on, but just want to make you all aware of this particular situation where YouTube's grinching up Christmas. Grinching up the Galactic Christmas. Alright, we're gonna get to it. Yeah. Sorry, I've moved my microphone just slightly and it's throwing me off. Okay, that's a good spot. Yeah. On with the content. And of course we must start off this with the story, seemingly the story that all of the media wants to talk about. a single shooting of one person, but that person was a CEO, which makes it very important, and we have to talk about it. So let's go to CNN with Erin Burnett here. She's got the lead.
Out front on this Friday, the breaking news: the backpack. So here's where we are with this. Sources are telling CNN that police believe they found the backpack belonging to the assassin who killed the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson. ABC News obtained a picture of the backpack. I'm going to just show it to you here. Again, this is ABC had gotten this picture of it. We are told that that backpack was found in Central Park in New York City. Now, you know that for days now, authorities have been scouring that park. They've been looking for the backpack, and it appears that they may now have it.
We have the backpack, everyone.
But what they do not have is the CEO assassin. Top New York Police Department officials tell CNN exclusively right now that they have reason to believe that the suspect left on a bus on Wednesday, hours after the killing.
We also have reason to believe that the person in question has left New York City.
We have video of him entering the Port Authority bus terminal. We don't have any video of him exiting, so we believe he may have gotten on a bus.
I don't know why, but she gives goat vibes. Like, not ghost vibes. Ghost vibes. Goat vibes. It's fucked. She, like, I don't know why, but I feel like she's,
terminal, we don't have
like, going between this and a different dimension for some reason.
Okay, that's crucial information. So let's just start with all of where we are here, what we know about the suspect's movements after the murder in Midtown Manhattan. Investigators say the assassin, who they do believe acted alone. So, you know, we've talked about the phone call that he had just before the shooting. Right now, they're saying they believe he acted alone. So he did this assassination, shooting Brian Thompson in the back. Then he runs from the Hilton where he had shot Thompson with a silencer. He runs.
Now, there's another story, which I didn't put in here just because I don't feel like talking about this all day. We got other stuff to deal with, but doesn't appear to actually have been a silencer. Recent reports are showing that this was actually a veterinary gun meant for, I think, euthanizing large animals, essentially. On
that bike, gets on a bike, goes into Central Park. He exits the park, and we'll show you the map here, around 77th Street. Just the context here, that's 23 blocks from where the murder took place. For anyone not a New Yorker, that is just over 1 mile. He then made his way to 85th Street, where police have this video of him on a bike. They say that's him and that they know that's him. Officials say from there, he walked up to 86th Street and grabbed a taxi to the George Washington Bridge bus station. Now, the George Washington Bridge is all the way north. You can see that green part of Central Park. You got to go a long way up there, 90 blocks away. And that's almost 5 miles. Okay, so he gets there in a taxi. Officials then have video, you heard them just say, entering that bus station. It is one of the busiest in the entire United States. There are 1,000 buses a day that go through that George Washington Bridge bus terminal. They say that is where they lose him because they don't see him leave. So if he got on a bus, at this point, that means he could be anywhere in the U.S., even perhaps beyond. I mean, take a look at the map, just of some of the locations that just from that bus terminal you can go to any day: Boston, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and obviously that could just be the tip of the iceberg from there.
No, okay. Actually, wait, is this all I got on this? Oh, yeah, no. One last one. Associated Press. Search for gunman who killed United Healthcare CEO continues. And they're taking this one super seriously.
The search for the gunman in the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson stretched into a third day. New York City police.
I want a hard target search of every hen house, outhouse, Waffle House, House MD.
Have lots of video of the suspected shooter, but they don't have his name, and they have not been able to really trace much of his transactions. They say he used cash when he booked a room at a hostel. They say he used cash in his taxi cab rides. They have, as of Friday evening, recovered the backpack that he had with him at the time of the shooting, they say, but they have not recovered the bicycle, and they are not saying what other evidence they may have recovered. Most of the time while he was in New York City, the suspected shooter had a face mask on. The one image that we've seen of this person, he lowers the face mask, but otherwise, even when he was having meals, he would keep the face mask on except to lower it to take a bite. And now police suspect that he has left New York City on a bus sometime in the hour.
The amount of resources going into finding this guy in comparison to some of the other shootings we've seen in the last year is just fascinating to me. And the amount of time it's getting in comparison to all other shootings we've seen. It's interesting to see what the powers that be truly care about. Okay. Let's move along. Let's move along, please. That's enough. We've got other things. Let's go on to this, because some family members of Jan 6ers who happen to be in jail right now are very concerned about Donald Trump's espoused plans to pardon all of those people, freeing them on their loved ones, if you will.
After President Biden pardoned his son Hunter, it didn't take long for Donald Trump to renew his promise to do the same for the people convicted in the assault on the Capitol on January 6th. That vow has some families of the January 6 attackers worried about their own safety. Trump has repeatedly expressed sympathy for the people he calls the J6 hostages, which they're not, all part of a promise he made out on the campaign trail.
Will you pardon the January 6 rioters who were convicted of federal offenses?
I am inclined to pardon many of them. I can't say for every single one, because a couple of them probably they got out of control. They should immediately be released. Immediately, the J6 hostages. They ought to release the J6 hostages. They've suffered enough. They ought to release them. I call them hostages. Some people call them prisoners. I call them hostages.
It's a fun thought experiment. I do the same thing. People call, Israelis call Palestinians in jails on no charges prisoners. I call them hostages. It's the same. It's like the same thing. See, me and Trump, we're like the same guy.
Trump transition spokeswoman Caroline Levitt told CNN he will make pardon decisions on a case-by-case basis. Joining us now to talk about this is Tasha Adams. She is the ex-wife of Stuart Rhodes. He's the founder of the Oath Keepers, a far-right militia. And Tasha, thank you so much for being with us. Prosecutors have said it was one of the main groups in the January 6th attack. We all remember what took place on that day. And your husband, your ex-husband, I should say, was convicted of seditious conspiracy and sentenced to 18 years in prison. So it's not just rioters who are involved in this, just to remind people. What's your reaction to Trump once again floating this idea of pardoning these January 6 rioters and insurrectionists?
I mean, I really dislike the term roller coaster, but there's nothing else that describes it as clearly. It was waiting. Will this person who, abused his family, who kept us living in fear for, year upon year, is he going to be held without bail? And he was. And is he going to be convicted? And he was. And is he going to be sentenced to a decent amount of time? Well,
I'd like to know, I don't know if anybody knows the chronology on this guy's eye patch, but I feel like it precedes some of his insanity. Like, he got the eye patch, and then he's like, I gotta lean into the eye patch. I gotta be as much of like a real life pirate as possible in all the worst ways.
18 years. And I put a lot of faith into the system for that process. I testified at his bail hearing against him. I gave hours of testimony to the FBI, which was quoted by the judge at his sentencing. I threw my hat over the fence, so to speak, and felt very happy and safe and started living a normal life with my kids. Yeah. And now could all come down again.
Yeah, Tasha, I mean, what is your concern if Donald Trump gives a pardon to Stuart Rhodes and some of the other Oath Keepers? Could your family be in jeopardy?
I think very much so. and we're, hurrying up to try to make plans. Maybe we'll stay put. Maybe we'll move somewhere. Maybe we'll try to move somewhere and sort of disappear. I mean, I just don't really know what to do. I probably should have been more prepared for this, but it's just so unbelievable that this could happen.
Yeah, her and her son both testified, I think, against him. And I'm sure maybe he doesn't hold a grudge. Maybe he's a really, even-keeled kind of guy. I'm sure he won't take out any of that on them. It's not like he has any history of doing things like that. Wait. I think I said something wrong just now. Yeah, because of course he would probably take some things out on them, because it seems like he likes doing that. There's like literal video evidence of this man taking out his frustrations on, I don't know, the cops and the building and all of that. Not to mention all of his sort of extracurricular activities with having founded the Oath Keepers and all these other sorts of things. But of course, Kash Patel is going to be in the FBI next year. Almost definitely. And he doesn't think that groups like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, any of these people are problematic. He actually thinks that they are unfairly maligned somehow. I don't understand how. It's very confusing. All right. Now, before we actually, honestly, we don't have a whole lot of first half America stories today. It's really sad. It's really, really sad. Very few America-based stories. But the fact is America went abroad today, so we got to talk about America stuff, but out there in the world. So we will get to that at some point. But really, I mean, it's just a few things we're going to be going through here. Let's go to this. Caller called into the Majority Report. I think this was earlier this week. Talking about right-wing nonsense on college campuses.
Hello, is this me?
Yes, it is you.
Howdy, I am a student at Texas A&M University, and I know talking points for the Republican Party kind of come and go, but I was in class, and I was kind of in the middle of a DEI talking point conversation.
Okay.
And
sounds riveting.
I would like to know. Sorry, I'm a little nervous right now.
No, you're doing fine.
But it seemed like the conversation in my class was going toward, like, you either have fairness in the workplace or you have DEI, and it's one or the other, and there's no in between. So I raised my hand, and I talked
do you
about
start there?
how... sorry.
You have fairness or you have DEI. The framing of that question is hilarious, right? Because in the word, in the anagram DEI, I think that's what it's called, right? The diversity, equity, right? Equality is in the anagram, right? Like, it's part of this phrase. So to frame it as such is nonsensical.
About like the Civil Rights
Acronym.
Act.
Thank you, not anagram. Why was I saying anagram?
Like women in the workplace.
Acronym.
And I talked about how managers cannot ask a woman if she if she wants to get pregnant during her time while working there. And I would just like to know, what would you say in that situation? How could you combat students thinking that DEI is this policy of, fairness, and about how DEI is unfair?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be, what's the definition of fairness? Like, we know, systemically speaking, that broadly speaking, your average white person has more advantages than your average black person. That your average male has, a man has more opportunity and has been provided with more than your average woman.
The average person born to moneyed parents has a lot more privilege than a person not.
Exactly. And I mean, so it's your definition of fairness.
And merit. Like, I would say, like, the idea that people get there because of some meritocracy and not sort of familial or caste or social
it's the same. It's really the same argument. I mean, look, like, you know, because they're equating fairness with merit, right? That you belong here because of your merit. But if you come from a family that has access to resources, and that can be money, that can be connections, and you get an opportunity to do an internship, and because of your connections at like whatever it is, a law firm, you know, a Wall Street thing, or a media company, or whatever it is, when it comes time to assess your merit at that point, like, how do you assess that?
Yeah,
like, you didn't get that because you got that because of who.
Yeah, there was a line of people before you that all had sort of, you know, at least in his example here, some kind of privilege. It's not like that kind of thing isn't passed down.
Born to. And sometimes, not always, it is a function of, you know, because of our history in this country, who had access to these jobs, who had access to the resources, often, not always, fell across racial or gender lines. And
illegal.
If, you know, if you happen to be black, the likelihood that your parents had the connections in media or in finance or in banking or in medicine to get you an internship, this is just an example, but you know, you can come up with a million, or a summer job or whatever it is less, just statistically. You have had less of an opportunity as a black person to accrue generational wealth. There were professions for years you were shut out of. There were colleges that you were shut out of for decades upon decades, upon centuries, really.
Yep. All true. Okay. Actually, I think there's a little bit more in this I wanted to hear. I feel like we should just keep moving. Because some of the stuff we got in here is just crazy long. Yeah, it's for the best. Let's just keep moving. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, let's go with this one. I don't know if you know, but Florida is attempting to redraw and alter its political maps. And Maxwell Frost, I think he's Congress, right? Pretty sure. I think the newly minted congressman has some words to say about all that.
You had brought up that states like Florida and Texas did not gain seats. When they did gain seats, my state gained a congressional seat. I think these facts are really important as people are asserting that there's some sort of grand conspiracy here with the Census Bureau. The other thing I want to do is thank you for coming to Central Florida. You met with my staff and community leaders in Orlando, and really appreciate you doing that. My Republican colleagues have called this hearing out of concern about errors resulting in some overcounting in the 2020 census. However, Florida had one of the most harmful undercounts in the country when we talk about black and brown folks specifically. Director Santos, Florida had a roughly 3.5% undercount. Can you put that into terms of how many households were impacted?
One more time?
We had a 3.5% undercount. Can you put that in terms of how many households were undercounted?
I actually can't without some mechanical help. Sorry.
There is something that was going on in 2020 that might have made the counting uniquely challenging. What was that?
There were actually some, I believe, natural disasters.
Yes, natural disasters, and there was another big thing going on. A
The
global pandemic.
Yeah.
COVID-19. I know, I want to forget about it. COVID-19 was going on. But not just that, but Florida, and in part because of the climate crisis, has had increasing extreme weather events across the entire state, hurricanes included. So we have hurricanes, wildfires, a public health crisis, and political interference in what was going on as well. And by political interference, I'm talking about situations where special interest groups are pressuring officials to change questions on the census or end outreach prematurely. For black and brown communities being underrepresented in the census, especially in Florida, it's nothing new. It's been going on for a long time. In fact, the House version of the budget for the census blocks the Census Bureau from reaching out to anyone more than twice, which is funny because some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who would agree with blocking you all from reaching out to people more than twice, I bet some of their constituents would like that limit when they're campaigning as well. Director Santos, if black and brown communities are regularly undercounted, this means that resources are directed away from these communities.
Illegal.
We know this worsens the problems of affordable housing, transportation. What other problems does it expand or create?
What other problems?
Yeah.
Does what?
Undercounting.
Is he paying attention?
Yes.
Come on.
Not only are there impacts with regard to federal funds allocations, but we don't get as accurate a picture of the communities as we should, and that can impact everything from economic development, a manufacturer coming in to see if they have a sufficient labor base. Well, if there's undercounts, there may not be sufficient adults or whatever, to community needs assessments, to infrastructure assessments, whether to put in new roads, new bridges, things of that sort.
All of these things.
So there are
just a multitude of things that don't get accurately or adequately funded because of these undercounts. It's almost like Florida's government is doing it on purpose.
Illegal.
No, I'm sure. No, Ron DeSantis would never do such a thing. Ah, boy. All right. Gonna keep this moving. We're probably gonna combine the environmental half with the first half, just because of how much stuff we have to do in the second half. The world, really, is the focus today. What is this? We're going back to the majority report. Let the Rumble invasion begin. Uh-oh. Looks like Sam Seder's looking to be the left's Joe Rogan? What's happening?
Calling from a 206 area code.
This is Pandemic Anxiety from Lowell, Mass.
Pandemic anxiety.
Pandemic anxiety from Lowell, Mass. What's on your mind, man?
The reaction from the back from Bradley when he hears the name, because I think he must be one of the only people looking at all the chats at all the times. And he's like, oh my god, it's the one Rumble viewer.
This is Pandemic Anxiety from Lowell, Mass.
Pandemic anxiety.
Pandemic anxiety from Lowell, Mass. What's on your mind, Pandemic? And Rumble.
Well, I wanted to say what we can do for the after this election and
Wait a second. Are you on Rumble? Are you our Rumble viewer?
I am on. I am on Rumble. Yes.
Whoa! All right, love it.
When Jon Stewart did the Daily Show on the Mall, that really I was so excited.
What happened?
He's being suppressed by the deep state.
Oh no, pandemic anxiety. You there?
He's being shadow banned
Still see you on the line.
by social media.
Oh crap!
I'm sorry. Are we this?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. When Jon Stewart had that rally on the Mall, it just sucked the energy out of the party and the resistance, and it just felt terrible. Demonstrations, the Women's March as well. There was so much energy and excitement, and it just was gone. It was wasted. That being said, I did attend your Wilbur live show.
Oh, okay.
It was great. I would recommend next time. You had a wonderful guest who was a union member who organized, singing. I think, group singing is, and learning a union song would have been so fun. So next time you hold a live show, try and get us all to sing.
Okay.
That's it.
A nice little sing-along. That'd be good.
Rumble
That'd be good. I
report.
could see that.
We have had one peak of 98 simultaneous viewers on Rumble.
Whoa.
I would love to get us up into triple digits. So to all the listeners, get your conservative family members over Thanksgiving and your conservative coworkers to watch, especially on Fridays, call-in Fridays, and maybe we can get some people to call in.
Yeah.
Great suggestion. Actually, that's a great way to do it is say like, hey, I like a Rumble show. Have you heard of the Majority Report?
And I would also say like, the way to do this, I think, is to say to your family members, I watch a show on Rumble. I got to say, I watch it on Fridays because I love to drink liberal tears. And these guys are so upset about the election. You should watch it. It's hilarious. And you can call in and mock them, and it's very fun.
Well, there you go, people. You've been called to arms. Tell your craziest family members to call in to the Majority Report. Watch it on Rumble. I'm not on Rumble, but you could say, hey, watch the Galactic News Network on Twitch or whatever. Self-plug. All right. Now this is unprecedented. It's never been done before in the history of Galactic News. But we are going to be going straight to another Majority Report video. I know this is insane. But the fact is, when I saw this drop, I didn't even see it drop. I watched this happen live on the show. And I was so thankful to have seen this because, as you may know, we recently tried to read Kash Patel's book, the future FBI director, who wrote a story about Donald Trump as a king and all this other stuff, but we couldn't get access to it. It cost like $20 on Amazon. There was no way I was spending $20 on this man's book. But guess who did spend the $20?
I've also been doing some reading. Tim's not the only one who can do some reading. I've been doing some reading myself.
Reading is good for your brain, okay?
I can't believe
yes.
you got that.
He actually bought the whole book.
The plot.
He bought the hard copy of the book. It's amazing. Oh my God! Look at the cover. And you got Vedant Patel, of course, as the powerful wizard, and Donald Trump as king, and then evil Queen Hillary, of course.
Against the king. Now, let me just say this. I get the idea of like, look, you need to fictionalize things, right? Mm-hmm. And this is
just take a second. Show the cover art to more, because I want to analyze this a little. Hillary's the villain.
Well, wait
in
a
this
second. Let me just make my my premise here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because I don't want people to look at it too. You may want to tell a story, and so you want to fictionalize it, right? And that is, Kash Patel, who was a former staffer to Devin Nunes. He wrote a book and had art done by somebody else. And the book is The Plot Against the King. Now, of course, it's about Donald Trump. And
you see Hillary looking over there.
It's about Donald Trump. And now you could have done like the plot against the president, but no.
No, it has to be fanciful.
A king.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Instead of, right? Instead of
imaginative.
No, because it's all make-believe. Except for the fact that it's exactly the Donald Trump. So the king part is fictionalized. Now, it could have been like, there was a king once, and his name was John.
Yeah.
John Schlump or something, or Drumpf, or whatever
Ronald
it is,
Rumpf.
or even just John Stevenson. Or it could have been like there was a queen. But no, he just, the only thing he fictionalizes is the king part in his mind. And I don't mean that's the only thing, because who is our protagonist in the plot against the king? Let's see.
I am so glad that we're going to have both a scholar and a real-life wizard in the FBI. It gives me so much... like usually most days I'm thinking, oh boy, that FBI, it is being run into the ground. But now we got a wizard? Come on. There's no way this goes wrong.
Now, maybe you don't recognize this guy.
Oh.
Hold on, wait a second.
As a Galactic
Come to
Lord,
that
I
image
should
that you have
know.
up there. Who's that guy? Oh, that's
the hero.
That's Cash Patel.
No,
He's our hero. Okay.
Come on.
Now, I've known people who, write short stories and make themselves the hero in it. It's very strange. It's very strange, and it's uncomfortable for people who know them. Like, hey, wait a second. Why are you centering yourself and making you the hero in this story? I mean, frankly, even if one was to believe that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, does anybody think Cash Patel was... Oh, let me read. Once upon a time in the land of the free, there lived a wizard called Cash.
Oh, you think that'll be what have you if you get investigated by the FBI, before they actually do the investigation, you'll have to roll like a deception roll or something like that. So it'll be like a D20 plus your charisma, or would it be your dexterity? I guess I wouldn't know the ins and outs of that. But let's hope that you don't roll a nat 1. That's not going to go good for you.
Land of the free, there lived
Not against a wizard
called Cash, the distinguished discoverer. Oh, okay. Well, listen, I want to write a book, and I need to come up with a protagonist, like Sam the Great. How's that? How does that sound? Sam the Great.
Sam the Inquisitor.
Cash was known far and wide as the one person who could discover anything about anything. He found the Holy Grape.
Not remotely believable.
He found the Holy Grape deep in the enchanted forest. He discovered who had stolen the sleeping princess.
The Holy Grape.
Look, there's him saving the princess.
Wait,
This
this
is real incel fantasy stuff.
The first thing the Holy Grape, the Holy Grail, that's what he's deciding to do some like creative changes with?
Yeah, where's the grape coming from?
That just happens to be a grape, but we're moving on.
Okay.
Grapes
I don't wanna
are
get caught up in the backstory.
grapes are like an
Let's see.
innocent
Okay, the heralds who
fruit.
spread important news across the land with their herald trumpets had sung of Cash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
Now, let me see if I can figure this out. Is that Russians?
Oh,
Emma.
I never made that connection.
That is an astute
between
observation.
the Russianians and the Russians.
Well, see, I'm the English major, and this is what's known as a roman à clef, which is a French literary term for novel with a key.
Oh.
And basically, it's a novel. Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
That is set about get this real world things, and once you understand the key, you can decode you can transcode the fictional to the real world.
Oh, so it's like it's like a code breaking machine.
Yeah.
So when you see A, it actually means a letter that is like 4 letters later, and once you figure out that it's all 4 letters later, so wait a second, the heralds who spread important news across their land with their herald trumpets had sung of Cash's fame ever since he figured out that the Russianians were cheating in the jousting tournaments.
I cannot believe that he is the protagonist for like 2 pages already.
Okay,
he
but
figured it out.
All these quests had been easy for Cash As the sun rose and set over the land of the
Well,
free,
when
Cash
you're
found himself engraved.
you see, Emma doesn't understand. Okay, when you're a powerful wizard, you get stuff done. Okay, you are the protagonist of your own book. That's just how it goes for wizards.
For Cash, as the sun rose and set over the land of the free, Cash found himself in grave danger, not of trolls or ogres, but of getting bored. He was so
The kids are probably getting bored this time. That are being told about Cash.
That is until the choosing day. I wonder what that's a metaphor.
Yeah. It's election day.
On choosing day, the whole land gathered the...
Seriously. Thank God we have Emma. I had no way of interpreting that metaphor. It's good we have each other.
Choose the next ruler of the kingdom.
That happens in kingdoms.
The heralds had been announcing. Exactly.
The heralds. Where's the shofar? Can we get a shofar, please, for choosing day,
Weird
please?
how you're going to be teaching all those conservative kings, the children, the kings are chosen.
Choosing day for Henry VIII.
Yeah. The heralds had been announcing that Hillary Queenton would be queen.
I'm gonna kill myself. Sorry.
Settle down, Emma's gonna be okay.
Things like thee and thou and
Just a children's book.
And her last name is Queenton.
She's really losing it. I don't blame her for it. I can't believe this is being marketed to children. And that the next FBI director wrote this. It's all just it's all crazy making.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
The heralds had been announcing that Hillary Queenton would be queen.
I'm gonna kill myself.
The writing is so good. The writing is, I mean, this guy doesn't get a goddamn Pulitzer. I'm going to boycott.
Thee and thou and forsooth. And her last name is Queenton, after all. Oh my God.
Great writing.
It's so good, though.
It's like, wait, what? Like, but when the royal counter-uppers counted up the final votes, they realized that the people had dared to choose the merchant, Donald.
What?
Oh.
Illegal. The heralds and Hillary were horrified. Donald didn't care what the heralds said about him, and he was determined to make the kingdom great again.
Who could he be referring to?
I think I'm following.
Yes. Well, you
got your master's in
news
English.
Professional.
Yeah.
Matt has his master's in literature, so he understands what the secret code
Arguably the
is.
greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th
Thus, King
century.
Donald moved into the castle, and everyone turned to head home. Okay, well, whatever, we'll all go home. But before the people could leave, a herald jumped to his stand to make a proclamation. Wait!
Oh.
He proclaimed through his herald trumpet.
What ever could it be?
What?
I don't think that's the way trumpets work. But
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh, come on! Let's. That's not.
He thinks it's a mega.
That's not fair. That's not fair to Cash. Okay, how is he supposed to know how trumpets work? Okay, come on.
I don't think that's the way trumpets work. But whatever. Okay.
He thinks it's a megaphone.
Listen to what this noble knight has to say. Then a shifty-looking knight jumped onto the stand.
Jewish knight.
Jesus Christ.
Donald isn't the rightful king. Inside the steel box, I have found a paper that says Donald cheated his way to the throne. All the people gasped, were shocked. How could he do such a thing? Apparently, said the shifty knight. Oh, I know who this is. Yes, there we go.
Got it.
The shifty knight. Donald made friends with the Russians
Paulius Schiffmanus.
while drinking cherry ginger ale in the Swirly Tower Tavern in Rushonia, and they helped him cheat.
Wait. King Donald doesn't like that cherry drink.
Are you joking? Because that is literally like that is
Emma's reading along.
That is honestly like 12 pages after this. That's how they resolved the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Because he's a teetotaler, so he couldn't have been cheating in the election because he wouldn't have. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Somebody, you should say spoiler.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Wait, no, it's actually
I didn't mean.
Well,
I really
all right,
was
let me
guessing.
just finish off this page and then we'll read the next one.
Okay, sorry.
All the people nodded. The heralds must be right. After all, they have loud trumpets and important
makes
pieces of
sense.
paper. King Donald must be a cheater. And so, even though they hadn't looked at all the facts, everyone agreed that King Donald was a cheater. Everyone except for...
Hillary?
No.
Well, our Kash Patel.
Sorry.
The super...
No. Anybody? Bueller?
Is it the wizard?
Everyone except for Duke Devon.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course.
The kid's going crazy. Like, they're not going to get to sleep for 45 minutes now that Duke Devon's entered the city.
Duke Devon of the King's Court.
Sir Nunes.
Oh, he gets to be a duke.
I'm sorry.
Isn't he the guy that screwed over that cow thing?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, speaking of cows, I said something about raw milk being child abuse. I think reading this to your kid before bedtime is basically on the same level.
Honestly.
This is child abuse.
Oh, notice it's a steel box. Steele.
Christopher Steele, who Kash Patel went to search for in the UK.
All right. Listen, folks, we're going to hold off here and we'll pick it up maybe later. But I just realized there's no page numbers in this book.
What is Hillary's
There's
role
no
in this?
page numbers in this book.
For when you want to cite it.
No, come on. The citing.
The scholarly article.
This is meant for fun. This is a fanciful.
And by the way, that's Devin Nunes.
Fantastical
who
ride
runs
through
Truth
history.
Social.
It's not, David Duke.
Why would you want to
Duke
cite it?
Devin, sorry.
Yes. And Kash Patel worked for him, and I guess they're still very close.
And in everyone's mind, too, apparently.
Everyone's, everyone
in the kingdom.
Everyone keeps talking about Devin Nunes and his continued relevance.
This is so bizarre. It also ends with, like all kids' books does, a picture of the author with the president and his handle on Truth Social, so that presumably
Nice.
the
child
3-year-olds who watch this can,
Yeah, no, you gotta get that in there. Come on. Your kids are obviously on Truth Social, and they're gonna want to be able to follow Kash Patel after hearing you read this book to them. Sometime, at some point, to ask perhaps why you, by you, I mean Kash Patel decided to get parents to read to children horrifying misinformation and just nonsense. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Wait, do they? I can't remember if you finished. We're just gonna keep watching this for a little bit.
But let's play this clip. This is his promotion of the book.
Ooh, yay. I'm excited for this.
Times of corruption in both our media and government. It is our job to expose the truth, no matter what the cost. My name is Kash Patel, and I have written the first ever children's Russiagate book. It's called
Children's Russiagate.
It is a fantastic...
The first children's Russiagate book. Shouldn't... How is that even... I love how he's trying to create his own genre. Children's Russiagate fiction.
Telling by me, the Russiagate chief investigator under then Chairman Nunes, of how we triumphed to put truth over evil and report the facts to the American public. Please go to the link below and order
Wait,
your
did he just
copy today.
Photoshop Donald Trump in there with him just now?
I will tell you that he strikes me as someone who is a little unbalanced. But the good news is he is going to be probably the director of the FBI.
That is good news.
Those wizard skills are really going to come into handy.
Are you kidding? He's going to find the Holy Grape.
Did you ever figure out what that was?
The Holy Grape?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, if anyone could give us that one.
Yeah,
that's
I would
the
love to
one,
know what the Holy
I
Grape
think,
is.
sort of element of this Roman Clef.
I've looked through his Wikipedia. I can find no reference to any grapes.
Yes, all the new FBI agents must read that book first.
Or otherwise.
I think they did another one, The Plot Against the King 2000 Mules edition.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'll forward this to you.
Congressional baseball fan. Kash Patel is the answer to the question of what happens if a total dumbass watches one video about Joseph Campbell. The bestest leftist.
You think that's the sequel, Kash Patel and the Holy Grape? The wizard in the search for the Holy Grape?
Who has been a paid sub for the show and TYT for more than 5 years and watching both almost daily for more than 10 years, I implore you to stop commenting on the selectively clipped videos that circle leftist Twitter. TYT has some bad takes, but they and the show are ideologically aligned on 98% of the issues. They are not doing a rightward shift. They are solidly progressive and on the left. TYT does a ton of shit to get people involved. Are you actually like IMing to get us started talking about this?
It's also just not true. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I
Oh my god. It is wild. What an accusation. Why doesn't Majority Report just leave them alone? You think that's Jank's sock puppet account? It could be. Very well could be. Honestly, it's sad to see the demise of TYT. At one time, they were touting themselves as the home of progressives. I remember that day. Long, long time ago. Okay, now we're going to go straight into few... Actually, you know what? Because of the fact we have so few stories, I'm going to keep playing this one. Just because. Seems unfair. You're not getting enough first half content, and that's not fair to you.
don't really watch their show anymore. I find a lot of the yelling all the time a little bit difficult. But like, I mean, the idea that they're not doing a rightward shift is just not true.
I believe one of them explicitly said that they were to the right of Democrats on the border, and in addition to all the crime stuff. So yeah, there's a disagreement. There are disagreements here, and we have to address them, and we try to do so as adults.
And
yeah, and one thing that I don't think can be ignored is the fact that the three I left the left, the biggest like I left the left people came from TYT.
And we're not, you know...
That's not even counting Anna.
I don't think, certainly, we have not spent time just simply, like, sort of like generally attacking TYT. Those bad takes that you talk about, we are addressing when they come. So we probably skip, you know, I don't know, 70% of them, frankly.
I don't like talking about it, but I also feel like at the same time, just because it's uncomfortable given like my past personal relationships, but we need to combat. I think some of this is dangerous. I really do think that normalizing Trump and MAGA and perpetuating right-wing narratives such as that Colorado story about Venezuelan migrants, which ended up being, what do you know, as we indicated when we covered it, a slumlord basically who had previously had a bunch of complaints from the city of Aurora, who was trying to get out of doing repairs on those buildings that were going into disrepair. And so, of course, he found a scapegoat, as did a lot of groups, you know, corporations like Target or you know, Walgreens and things like that said it was shoplifting based on like their poor business decisions to put a store in a certain place. If you're having a left-wing perspective on any of those things with corporate power, you would basically be a lot more skeptical of claims made by
Seriously, yeah, maybe don't take like press briefings from Walgreens and CVS as just like at face value and be like, oh yeah, that's gospel right there. No reason to question any of this or any of the motives behind this. Hey, what's this? What is this?
Seder from the Majority Report.
That's correct.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me. I've heard wonderful things about you.
I've heard wonderful
I wanted
things
to
about
start
you.
off playing you a video here. Pretty sure you could see this. Let me open.
Okay, that's hilarious. Obviously, Sam Cedar knows who R.M. Brown is. He's on his show. And hasn't just heard things about him. They've met before in the past, if I'm not. They were at the... They were literally at the election party live stream thing. But yeah, we are about to watch a little bit of this live stream from R.M. Brown from, I think it was like 2 days ago, where he had on Mr. Cedar.
Up here, hold on. Because I found you mentioned on a program that I watch. So I'm just going to play this. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Escalate the war, you know, especially if there's
Coming up
more than
here.
one strike. Like this strike may be able to be looked
It's a
be
Tim Pool
overlooked,
program.
but not continued.
You don't
You
think
can tell by the
Chinese involvement is substantially more
decor.
worrying?
What a lovely toilet.
Of course. It's great, right?
You've got the most remarkable latrine.
Sam Cedar broke it.
That doesn't,
and I'm not trying to rag on the guy.
doesn't surprise me.
He said on the show, and I was surprised he brought it up. And I was like,
Toilet.
He said, sorry about your toilet. And I was like, okay.
No, I've got to tell you, this is...
Okay, there we go. That's the clip I wanted to play there.
Right.
I like that the guy says, that does not surprise me. Sam Cedar broke the toilet, and the other guy goes, that does not surprise me. Why do you think he's so unsurprised by that?
Well, Milo is an expert of bowel movements.
I've got a reputation.
He's got a
reputation. I was going to do this show on the toilet, but
Missed
you gave
opportunity.
me that extra 15 minutes, and so I didn't have to do it. I am known for going into places and causing some damage, and I look for the most pristine target, and I saw a brand new Japanese style toilet. I appreciate
Target acquired
as much as the next person, but I also said I took it as a challenge, and I walked out of there and I won. So.
Toilets. I actually heard, I visited West Virginia not too long ago, that the part of town he lives in, and the whole septic system, I think, has been shut down and destroyed. And
that's the way I work. Yeah.
All right.
I have a tough time, like in New York City. I have a tough time fighting against the system here. I mean, it's been really built out over the course of several hundred years. But if you put me on a septic in
it's got no defenses
in rural West Virginia,
that thing's done. That thing's going
Yeah,
down.
there's no way that it's going to exist.
Easy. The state
After that.
EPA will have to shut you down.
You know what I wanted to ask you some
perk test and see what happens after that.
Yeah, it's caused major problems in that town from what I've heard. I wanted to ask you some kind of like non-news stuff. One thing I was curious about, you have some kids, and I was wondering, because I kind of heard you mention this at the live show, that there's like a kind of endless bunch of
Sam is an anal terrorist. I don't even want to think about what the ramifications of
like
anal terrorism are.
landmines,
It sounds horrifying.
It seems like for like rabbit holes that younger people can fall down. Have you experienced this?
Well,
This is why we need an FBI with a wizard at the head of it.
She's now 19, and she is just so woke. She comes home from college, and it's really just ridiculous. And I get in huge fights about how woke I'm joking. So I didn't have that problem with her. I mean, the stuff that was problematic with her was just like she just got really too deep into the slime and duct tape wallet communities, and that could be very problematic. With my son, it's a different. He's 11, and he's sort of traversing everywhere. He likes to watch like prank shows and like extreme like stunt shows and
Okay, that seems like pretty standard young boy
standard
stuff.
stuff.
People
Yeah.
getting hurt.
Very standard.
Yeah, I've told this story that like I guess it was about a year ago, and I'm walking him to school, and he goes, "What musician would you say is overrated?" And I'm like,
I don't know, Phil Collins, and of course my son has no idea who Phil Collins is. That's like, that would be like, you know, I don't know, if my father had said to me like Benny Goodman, which nobody may even know also who I'm talking about.
Jesus Christ, Sam.
And he goes, I think it's Taylor Swift. And I'm like, okay, why is that? And he goes, because all her songs sound the same. And I'm like, okay. And I should say, I am, I think, notoriously and not proudly, I would say, I don't know exactly how this happens. If you were Taylor Swift, I would have no idea who she was. Unless
it's true. I mean, Sam has, I mean, in my estimation, one of the most limited current pop culture knowledges, at least recorded it, right? Like recorded and like, you know, in terms of people that are well known, where we can establish how much he knows about pop culture currently. It's almost none. It's almost nothing. He does know some stuff from about, I don't know, 30 years ago and before, right? Like, I think he remembers some pop culture references from the 90s, but once the 2000s hit, like, Sam just kind of turned it off for whatever reason and just stopped paying attention to anything new, I feel like. Oh, God.
I assume I've heard her music, but I certainly wouldn't know it I just don't think so. And, but I know, you know, I know the name, and certainly a year ago she was in the news, and I said to him, I was like, oh, you should talk to Emma, because she really doesn't like Taylor Swift either. And because my co-host Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report, she, you know, and he goes, yeah, and she's ruining the NFL. And I'm
she's
like,
ruining the NFL?
He's like, yeah, every time the NFL, they keep cutting away to her, you know, on the football game. I know exactly how many football games you've seen in your entire life. And one of them was in person. You and I went.
It's hilarious when a kid tries to launder an obvious lie to their parent when their parent clearly knows like their entire life. Sam just shuts it down. He's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You've seen one football game. Didn't even pay attention during that.
A Patriots game at Giant Stadium. And then the other one was one half of the Giants, one half of the Patriots game, because you don't like football. Like we came out of the football stadium, and he goes like, I think I like basketball better. And I was like, all right, but I'm like, you've never seen a football game. What are you talking about? They're cutting away. How do you know this? And he goes, well, what do you mean? And I'm like, where did you hear this? And he knows, like, I don't like him spending too much time on screens, and he's like, YouTube. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, my son is like already getting thrown down some right-wing you know. And I mean,
it's scary to think that, you know. I'm sure for Sam, he's more, you know, he's sort of like ultra aware of these things more so than probably a lot of other parents, and the sort of right-wing tangent YouTube and social media rabbit holes that exist.
And I was like, oh shit, I gotta, how do I?
Yeah, that's the question. Like, what exactly, you know, my friends with kids are constantly trying to, like, you know, manage that stuff, but is it just impossible? Do you just have to like wait till they ask you, like, what is?
Well, no, I mean, I don't wait. Like,
Yeah.
Look, I don't have the time. I'm a single parent. His mom's a single parent. You know, when we were parenting, and I really don't have the ability to, you know, monitor what he's watching on any given time. And so, you know, I'll ask him. But I don't think if I had said, like, hey, have you been exposed to any right-wing memes lately? He would have gone like, actually, this Taylor Swift thing, you know, like, and because that's the whole point. You don't realize.
Yeah, it's intended to be insidious. It's intended to not really come off as anything and sort of just be like, oh, we're just trying to enjoy sports, and they're ruining it with. They're just turning the camera away to somebody else who's not related to sports and has nothing to do with an outrage over something completely sort of buried. If you're not, an adult, if you're a child looking at this kind of stuff, you don't have the wherewithal to sort of gauge what they might be trying to sell you in this moment.
Some type of right-wing propaganda. You just assume it's reality.
Yeah.
And so, I'll talk to him about that stuff, but more often than not, it's really just like I will engage him in other questions, and I will just provide contrary propaganda. Is basically what it comes down to. I'll say stuff like, "Hey, who was my favorite president?" And he knows now to say Roosevelt, and I'm like, "That's right." And why?
Oh, you've been watching propaganda? How will you watch this? This will be a little ironic. Enjoy some manufacturing consent, Saul.
And I think that's basically as good as you can do. You don't want, and part of it is also like, what's your relationship with your kid? What's your kid's relationship with you? Like, if you realize your kid is rebelling against you, then you lay low. You talk about how great Reagan was and how he should be on Mount Rushmore, and hope that he rebels against that.
You can't be a cool kid if you got a cool parent. A lot of the times,
it's a challenge. It's a real challenge. I mean, and I don't know. I mean, part of the majority report is sort of given over on some level to like, I want to get into their algorithms and.
Yeah. Sam, the leftist Joe Rogan. Although it's not fair to call him the leftist Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan is not a smart man at all. It's really not fair. All right. That's going to technically end the first half, but we're not going to take a break. We're going to take a break when we get to the right time. Let's talk about something that's been going on in Alaska. I don't know if we have any of our Alaska viewers in here. I know we have a few. But there is a situation that's been going on. If you live near Anchorage, this could very well affect you. Let's go here. Alaska news source from a month ago. There's been more on this I'll clue you in on.
We have two volcanoes showing unrest here in Alaska. Great Sicken, which is under a watch. We've seen some lava from this volcano that's been ongoing here for the past several months. But now Mount Spur, right off the coast here from Anchorage, is under an advisory showing some new activity, which has also been ongoing for several months, but causing some new concerns. So just today, that alert level was raised to an advisory. The activity is increasing and has been since March, but they do tell us at the Alaska Volcano Observatory that a warning would likely come before an eruption. There would be other signs of unrest before we see an eruption.
Now, there has in fact been some more signs of the potential of this eruption. That being the fact that there has been, I believe, more than 10 times as many earthquakes beneath the area in which the volcano is, and evidence of magma coming to the surface. All, sort of signs, if you will.
On October 16th of 2024, the alert level was raised at the closest active volcano to the city of Anchorage, population 290,000. This occurred due to a notable change in activity at the Mount Spur volcano, which itself is located 75 miles due west of the city. For those of you who live in Anchorage, this is the same volcano which dumped large amounts of ash on the surrounding country in both 1953 and 1992, disrupting air traffic in both instances and dumping 1/4 of an inch and 1/8 of an inch of ash respectively in the city.
One interesting thing I would like you to note about those dates.
In 1992, disrupting air traffic in both instances and dumping 1/4 of an inch and 1/8 of an.
One point I would point out to you here is that there's 29 years between 53 and 92, and there's 32 years between 92 and 24. So I mean, I don't think there was an eruption 30 years before it. So I'm not saying that to necessarily start making patterns out of this.
Of ash
I just thought it was interesting.
City. A new intrusion of magma had been already known to be ongoing underneath Mount Spur's glacier-covered edifice since at least late November of last year, which, in the time since, has pushed the ground upwards by 1.6 inches or 4 centimeters through displacement. This in turn triggered an increased rate of earthquakes, including low-frequency earthquakes, which indicated the likely disturbance of its underlying hydrothermal system. Further adding to this, its typically glacier-covered edifice became the site of a highly acidic liquid crater lake for several months this summer, indicating increased subsurface temperatures. Taking all of this into account, this places the current episode of Unrest as tied with the strongest of the 2 other prior episodes of Unrest Spur produced since its last eruption.
Okay, well, there you go. It's not a guarantee that this volcano will erupt, but I think it's certainly something to at least be aware of, especially if you live in Alaska, anywhere near there. Let's go now. If you missed this yesterday, you get to watch it again, or you get to watch it now. If you watched it yesterday, you get to watch it again, because I just love this story. It's beautiful. And, well, I guess I technically am the decider.
Just meters from shore, sea lions swarm a bait ball. When out of nowhere, a humpback joins in. It's a rare thing to see play out above the ocean's surface. But just imagine what's happening below.
Oh my.
Thanks to Peter Mirez, we don't have to.
You can't plan this. This is just dumb luck.
The Vancouver Island underwater cinematographer that has filmed around the world captured what may be his best work just off his dock in Barkley Sound. All of it by complete accident.
So I was doing some tests and I was recording and the camera was underwater. So I was reeling the camera up to the surface, and as it reached the surface, the full weight of the setup broke the line of the fishing rod. So down my camera went.
Mirez was ready to gear up for a dive to retrieve it when the action started.
And it was at that point that I started to think, oh, if my camera is still running, that would be amazing.
The next day, with the gear back on dry land, he was finally able to check the footage.
I noticed, oh, well, the water is nice and clear. It's bright. That's good. And then I saw a couple of seals and the occasional sea lion flying by. And then there was this moment of eureka when I saw the humpback whale come through the footage and feeding on the actual bait ball. That was...
Yeah, pretty incredible. This guy traveled the entire world trying to photograph whales, and got his very best footage while sitting on his dock with his dog barking at the whale. Oh boy. Pretty cool. And it seems like a fun, good story for the weekend with how difficult things have been lately. Oh shit, I forgot to do... why didn't I do that? So many things, always. Alright, let's go to the UK. As they are getting hit by a storm Mostly wind, but those winds are causing a great deal of chaos, damage, and in fact, at least one person has died due to these winds so far. Channel 4 from 9 hours ago.
Storm Dara has landed. Unlike this plane, forced to abort, nationwide this storm has diverted planes and trains, thrown boats of course, and ripped up pavements, causing flying debris and falling trees at great cost. Today, the first death of Dara was declared in Lancaster. A man was killed as a tree fell onto his van as it drove down the dual carriageway. This is the danger of these fatal forces that have left 400,000 homes without power in Ireland and almost 90,000 across England, Scotland and Wales. The storm grew in the early hours of the morning, with Wales most at risk and subject to a red warning. Here the government deployed emergency alerts to every mobile device for the first time. These messages warned recipients to stay at home.
Seems like Wales is getting just smacked over and over again here.
Avoid these winds. But here in Porthcawl, we found those who wanted to face nature firsthand.
Bring a baby truck.
Oh yeah, Medi Dara no thing, huh? Okay. Alright.
Waves.
Show the waves.
Yeah. Have a good day, lad.
What brings you out here today?
My dogs, they have to have a walk regardless of weather. So it's, yes, absolutely.
Even with these winds?
Absolutely, yeah.
Were you not worried?
A little. Coming across here, it was really windy and I've got weights in my wellies.
Really?
It's good to get out and to get some...
Translation to American English, she's got some sort of weights in her boots.
Fresh air and it's good for the mind and the body, so...
And did you get the mobile message saying to stay home?
I've had a few, to be fair.
And you thought, nah.
Yeah, well, we need milk, so I'm on my way to get some milk.
Here in Porthcawl, the winds are racing up to 93 miles per hour. Now, that's really hard to put into words just what that feels like. But every single step I take, it feels as if a wall of force is pushing me back. Parts of Wales are still in the aftermath of last month's floods caused by Storm Bert. Now Wales is under a yellow warning, and just weeks later, a risk of further flooding is back.
Well, there you have it. Wales getting hit again by another storm. This time the flooding currently isn't the big problem, it's the wind, but there is risk of more flooding coming. So be keeping out for all of that. And while we're talking winds, let's talk about something powered by the wind that might help reduce carbon footprint in shipping.
So we don't use the engine. Even in really bad weather, we use the engine only for harbor maneuvering. And as soon as we drop the pilot, the harbor pilot, we set the sails and we stop the engine. And then we cross the Atlantic without any engine.
Our vessel is done to transport goods from France, even from Europe to the US, starting here from Saint-Malo. So the line is Saint-Malo, New York, where we export some excellent French products. Then we unload in New York and we go down to the Caribbean Sea in order to load the raw products such as green coffee beans, cocoa mass and so on. Probably that we will have something like several thousand of wind-powered container ships across the world. But we will need in 20 years to reduce the quantity of goods transported.
So now one unfortunate thing about this is that you can't load on top of the boats because of the sails, all the rigging. But this is, I think, a great alternative. Of course, like he was saying, it does need to be combined with us lowering our consumption. But, you know, I think it's good to remember that we can, in fact, get stuff across the oceans without oil, technically. Wow, we're going to take an early break. We're going to take an early break because we got to get to some other stuff. And it feels weird not to take a break at this point. We really do. I mean, we can't just go through both halves. Because that's it. That's it. It's winter. It's winter. We don't actually have a ton of environmental stories to talk right now. So we're going to take a quick space break. Why? Alright. Well, I hope everybody has liked and subscribed already. If you haven't, do that now while you're considering this message from me. Guess what? Galactic News Network needs your help. We are funded entirely by viewers like you. So please consider contributing in one of the many ways we have available to you right now. I will plug this message again, like I said earlier at the beginning of the stream. Unfortunately, due to, you know, I guess my overestimating YouTube's desire to pay creators, that I would be getting paid by now, since it's been over a month since I got monetized. But it looks like I'm not going to be getting paid until basically until there's about just 3 days left in December, maybe. I'm not even sure it's going to happen at this point. This is going to be forever now, but supposedly I'm going to get paid the 27th, perhaps, and that will only be including for November. And unfortunately, all YouTube donations for now are not going to be seen until the end of January. So, help save Galactic Christmas and donate perhaps one of the other ways. We've got Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon, of course, where you can get a whole bunch of super sweet space benefits. So, make your choice. All sorts of sweet ways to help keep us alive. It's like the bat signal, but it's like for space fams. And instead of a visual, it's more of an audio signal. But I think it's effective, nonetheless. Alright, chat. We must start off the second half, strangely enough, with space news. What? That's right. Space news, still obligatory, even if it's in a weird spot. Aww.
Minowep just cheered 100 bits.
Thank you, Minowep. Moanob just cheered 100 beautiful bits. Thank you so much. And I love that little heart emoji you threw in there. I thought I turned off Pokemon game. I feel like it's taking up too much space in chat, but it's still there. Do you all care if I take away Pokemon game from Twitch? Because I just don't feel like... I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll take a poll. Alright, what was I doing? Yes. Space news. Things are going perfectly fine on the International Space Station, and people are not, you know, going stir crazy. That's all I have to report.
It's sort of like a juice bag, right? So let me just show you what liquids look like up here.
So like I said, as you can see, everything's perfectly fine on the ISS. She's still got plenty to do. Not bored at all. Not making TikToks about, about drinking water or sipping juice in space. It's fine. She'll be back anytime now. Was it 2 months from now? So February is the return date, I think. Alright, now, you've all been waiting just so long and so patiently for all of this. I figured it's time to get into at least one of the things. I guess it's two. We started with Sam Cedar. We thought we did the Sam Cedar stories. Now let's go to Cambridge. A place of learned people. Here to talk about things of the day. And who's there? A man by the name of Hasan what? Nabi? Hasan Nabi? What kind of name is that? Doesn't sound like a Cambridge name at all.
Hi, chat. I'm a little nervous, a little excited. I think I rely a little bit too much on my yap ability, the gift of yap, the gift of gab, but I think it'll be all right. Ultimately, I wrote the speech in the car over here. In the car ride. It was a long car ride, to be fair.
I wrote the speech in the car.
So
nice.
Hopefully I won't be embarrassing Twitch and my community in the heads.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming today. We have a very special guest today. He's a live streamer, he's a political commentator, and he's a powerful public figure. Please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Hasan Piker.
Okay. What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a great time. Before I get started, I asked if they'd ever actually hosted a Twitch streamer here before, and apparently I'm the first.
Number one.
Judging by my performance, I'll probably be the last.
No, don't get ahead of yourself.
I don't really know why I'm here, but or what I can contribute to the conversation in terms of the ongoing genocide in Gaza that has unfolded over the past year and a half almost, that many other more credible speakers.
Hasan's large frame makes this podium look like a podium for children.
Could speak to convincingly from a point of personal involvement and a position of authority. Having said that, however, I'm going to try to do my best here. This august body has seen some of the best minds inside of its halls, and now it's hosting a Twitch streamer.
It is a podium for
Ladies
children.
and gentlemen, I stand before you following
Come on,
the
if you're in
footsteps
college,
of
you're not a
intellectual
child
giants
anymore.
as nothing but a simple man. A simple man who understands right from wrong. And sometimes that's all that matters. In the words of my friend, the late great Michael Jamal Brooks, there's nothing complicated about apartheid. The morality of it is clear. If the
It's not even about how tall he is. He's not that tall. Like, he's tall. But it's about how wide his shoulders are.
roles were reversed and a captive Jewish population of 5 million people were being systematically starved, sieged, and dominated, everyone would understand what's going on. Its ancestral lands being destroyed, everyone would understand what's going on. So in his words, it's not a complex issue. It's super simple. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States, the most powerful country on the planet, and it acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. Well, I guess some things are changing in that regard, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But there is no...
Like how he started it off with a Michael Brooks quote. And he quotes... the way he quotes Michael Brooks, it's fascinating.
Well, I guess some things are changing in that regard, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But there is no...
I think it shows just how much respect he has for him, sees him as, essentially as a scholar, as a scholarly source, which is fair, It's just weird to think of him like in the past in this way, I think, partially.
No symmetry in
you have no emotional support characters, that is true.
Relationship.
Do you deserve
period.
them?
That's
How
what
many
Michael
do you
Jamal
deserve
Brooks said.
right now? Where are we at?
So I see no need for obfuscation, no arguments for complexity, no reasoning for preemptive genocide. Israel is an apartheid state, and its inception was a violent one, with the forced displacement of 700,000, which gave birth to a settler colonial entity that continues to dominate the lives of more than 5 million Palestinians under its illegal occupation, totaling 15 million Palestinians around the globe that are permanently displaced. Its demographic concerns, Israel's demographic concerns, are never seen in the same lens that we view nationalist and fascist projects of the past. It also happens to be one of the most impressive nationalist projects the world has ever seen, from the revitalization of Hebrew as a language to finding a nation state for a revolutionary people who had been historically oppressed, victim to...
Brooks said it very well. He did. And that was a quote, I think, from the talk that he gave at, what was it, MIT?
Countless pogroms and the Holocaust, Israel could have been a story of success and overcoming great odds. Except its inception was built around a lie. That this was a land without people for a people without land.
It wasn't MIT. I can't remember the name of the college now. I know it wasn't MIT. Somebody correct.
Albert Einstein called out that lie early on as well. 10 years before the inception of Israel, Einstein described the proposed creation of the state as something which conflicted with the essential nature of Judaism. He warned against the violence of Menachem Begin and many other early Zionist militias. In 1948, Einstein...
He utterly annihilated that that pronunciation. I don't blame Hasan. But if I'm not mistaken, it's Menachem Begin is the correct pronunciation of that guy's name.
Begin and many other early Zionist militias. In 1948, Einstein and a number of Jewish academics sent a letter to the New York Times to protest against a visit to America by Menachem Begin. Menachem Begin also was never able to actually come to the UK either for his involvement in previous bombing campaigns as well. In this letter, they denounced Begin's Herut, Freedom Party, likening it to a political party closely akin in its organization, in its methods, political philosophy and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. Einstein understood the dangers that nationalism of this sort presented. After all, he had fled Nazi Germany. Nowadays, this sort of analysis is met with tremendous resistance. Given our comforts living in the heart of empire, we focus more on the feelings of those in the West rather than the violence that our tax dollars are contributing to. But I want to go back to the beginning for a little bit, which helped me understand the ways in which Israel's violence has remained unchecked, especially because the similarities in the contemporary way that Israel has dished out its violence are glaringly obvious. I want to talk about the atrocities committed in Deir Yassin, the former Palestinian village a few miles west of Jerusalem. I say former because in April 1948, over 100 of its Arab residents were executed. Illegal. Ruthlessly slaughtered. There were graphic stories that were told of some of the survivors, including but not limited to having a baker and his son lined up against the baker's oven and trying to force the baker to throw his son in the oven. And when he refused to cooperate, throwing his son in the oven and then throwing him in afterwards. The only reason why we know is because there were survivors that were left to tell the story. So they could go and tell the other Arab villages that if the Zionist brigades were coming, that they must evacuate. The massacre was committed by Zionist forces. Radical right-wingers led the attack, but were supported by the Haganah, which later became the IDF. But Deir Yassin was not an isolated massacre. It was a pivotal moment. Deir Yassin helped convince the Arab governments to fight Israel. People fled their towns and villages, fearful that what happens at Deir Yassin might happen in their towns. 700,000 people never allowed to return to their homes. Palestinians call this the Nakba. It's also known as catastrophe. But this wasn't just the fog of war. The Nakba was, in the words of historian Ilan Pape, a master plan for the massive expulsion of Palestinians, also called Plan D or Plan Dalet. Hundreds of thousands were expelled before Israel's so-called War of Independence had ever started. Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, to use Pape's words, orchestrated the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. These were not merely nationalists or settlers run amok. This was clearly defined state policy. To this very day, Israel denies having forcibly expelled Palestinians, instead claiming that they voluntarily left their homes. This myth...
Okay. His first statement here is good. I figure we'll move it on just a little bit. Listen to some of this discussion that they have. We'll listen to like his wrap up here a little bit.
Political shield in Washington holds up as well as the Iron Dome. Now, there is a subtle but horribly corrosive effect that this has had on how people understand the world around them. At the very moment when fact-based reporting and serious journalism is most needed in this time, people are distrustful of the news. Platforms like Twitter routinely surface the worst of the worst kinds of content, but the most divisive, most hateful content. But Elon Musk is not the only person responsible for this. And I hate Elon Musk, okay? I hate Elon Musk as much as you guys hate Oxford College. I heard that if I say that, I'll get some applause breaks there. So that was my exit ramp. But it's not.
What the heck are you people talking about in chat right now? Podo? Podos? What the fuck is a podo? Am I missing out on something?
Just Elon Musk, it's not just Twitter. It's happening all around. Young people, men in particular, who don't have much education or literacy skills with no hopeful prospects of the future are being propagandized by waves of right-wing influencers who have never had megaphones this loud. Although this issue most often gets brought up in...
Oh, it's Soleil's fault. Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Context of the 2024 election and Donald Trump, there's more to this. I think it's important to connect it to Palestine as well. These are forces who want to normalize the current levels of violence and to convince people that actually it's good to be this bloodthirsty. While it was Joe Biden who gave Israel the blank check with which to commit a genocide, that decision has created an entire galaxy of right-wingers who are actually in position to cash it. And cash it they are.
Right. Okay, I get it. Honestly, it sounded more fun than what it actually is. I assumed podos were some sort of cute. I don't know. What are, like Squishmallows? It sounded like the new Squishmallow or something. Ooh, what's up with the podos? What's going on with that?
If you've seen the Donald Trump cabinet pics, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The traditional forces that could keep this kind of thing in check, particularly in politics and in media, are unfortunately weak. And they're getting weaker by the moment. They're out of power. They're broke. They're technologically weak. They don't understand the space. They don't understand the online content creation sphere. And I feel like they've, most importantly, with their coverage of Gaza, discredited themselves to an entire generation. It seems right now that those people who genuinely desire for a better future, who want an alternative to the genocide, will have to start looking amongst themselves, looking within themselves, their friends, and away from the mainstream if they want to help bring something like justice into the world. So I stand before you as a man who simply wants some semblance of justice for the Palestinians. I urge you not to lean into nihilism and succumb to helplessness, because you do not need the academic pedigree to know right from wrong. All you need is your moral compass. As someone who has seen the Palestine question evolve over my past 10 years of public advocacy, I never would have imagined international organs demand legal restitution from America's most valuable asset. After all, there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen. Thank you. It's a little bit more somber of a tone than I take normally.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that speech. Just to run through how the rest of the evening will work, I'm going to do a moderated interview Q&A, and then after a while we're going to throw it open to questions in the audience, or we'll bring you a mic. Just to reiterate, this event is being live streamed on Twitch.
Hasan's on his phone this whole
when you ask a
time.
question, if that's something you...
That's one thing I noticed throughout this entire thing. Hasan is constantly on his phone. Dude is just like throughout the speech, during the time this guy's talking, he's like, oh, this is a moment for me to check in my Insta.
Q&A, and then after a while we're going to throw it open to questions in the audience, or we'll bring you a mic. Just to reiterate, this event is being live streamed on Twitch, so bear that in mind when you ask a question, if that's something you might not be comfortable with.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it is.
Where I wanted to start, just picking up from where you ended that speech, of where we should look to, where people should look to if they want to affect change, of looking outside the mainstream. We've seen a lot of student movements here in Cambridge, over in America, of students taking direct action to try and change the policy of the government towards Palestine. How optimistic are you about the potential for change from these kind of movements?
I'm more optimistic than I've ever been, because as I kind of alluded to in the end of that speech, anyone that has been aware of the situation in Palestine for longer than, 5 years, will be the first to tell you that the attitude from the Western world is dramatically different. This doesn't mean that the governments have changed their attitude or shifted their policies, although some have, and it's unique, especially, and I stress the importance of the Western world specifically, because I think the Global South is known what a...
Okay. I feel like I like making fun of Hasan because, you know, he's a figure that I feel like, you know, you can, and it's not like it's not even intended to be mean at all. But the way that Hasan dresses sometimes is fucking hilarious, and sometimes I got comments on his outfits, and this one in particular evokes like college professor who also is a gigolo on the side, especially because of the boots and the gold jewelry.
Settler colonial apparatus looks like for with their own personal experience with such things. But the allegiances that America needs to maintain in Europe, and even its own population, and the outlook that people have organically has shifted dramatically in the position of maybe not full-blown emancipation for Palestinians, but at least like some recognition for the atrocities. And I think that is truly unique, and it's a sign of hope despite all of the horrifying things that we see on a daily basis.
So what does a path look like for you towards genuine change in the Israel-Palestine situation?
I think we have also completely nullified mechanisms of pressure. In the past, we at least had labor unions that even engaged in militancy at times, and we've completely neutered them in the Western world, especially in America. Our labor union participation rate is around 10%. It's actually lower than Chile, which is a country that we specifically wrote the Constitution of to institute a neoliberal project there, and they still have a higher labor union participation rate than we do. And I think that is one of the major issues. So I hope that people can focus on unionization and engaging in community activism a little bit more in this process. And I think that under the Trump administration, people will be forced to do that regardless. Participate more in politics by not directly participating in the democratic process, but organizations outside of just simply voting for the Democratic. For example, political actions like that are necessary. Yeah. And that's the only way that I think this pressure valve will release.
Do you think that Western governments' reluctance to endorse rulings such as the ICC against Benjamin Netanyahu, do you see that as something fundamentally damaging, or are you already less optimistic about how much change those kinds of international institutions can have?
I mean, I think it's unique when you see the very fact that the ICC prosecutions are even taking place. It's obvious that this is a new step. These organs of international justice, the Geneva Conventions, or I guess in American terms, the Geneva Suggestions, the United Nations, like all of these international organs that are supposed to uphold humanitarian laws and principles are historically only used against the enemies of the West. And some American politicians are very open about that. I believe it was Lindsey Graham that might have had a conversation with Karim Khan in private. Karim Khan is the current ICC prosecutor that actually facilitated the arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. And in that private correspondence, I believe he told him that the ICC is not there for our allies. They're there for African warlords and thugs like Putin. And technically, throughout its inception, throughout the way that these international organs of justice have worked, that is true. That is what they've usually had in the crosshairs. So I think things are changing, and while this kind of broad sweeping change is not going to happen overnight, I do feel optimistic. And ultimately, there is, especially if there's continuous pressure from the public against the governments, that inevitably they are going to have to succumb to that pressure, or they're going to have to be.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a very fair point here, and the fact is, you know, we need equity of international justice, right? We can't have this one-sided sort of system of international law that makes it very hard, I think, for most people to see it as being actual justice, right? Because especially with, like he pointed out, Gaza, it's so blatant, it's so in everyone's face, it's on all of the social media platforms. You can't not notice it. But, you know, you have people like the US just saying over and over again, nothing is bad happening here, and we gotta wait until Israel tells us how that's all going, as if they somehow incapable of opening up a YouTube app or something, you know. And I think that hypocrisy is, to some degree, just laid bare to people in this moment, and will hopefully, like he's saying, you know, I've been burned on being optimistic, but I'm mildly optimistic about some of the things we've seen with the ICC, ICJ. I'm not ready to to say, oh, everything's gonna change, in the next 6 months or something. Not even close to that.
More militant and maybe even more fascist in an effort to quell the naysayers, the people that are protesting against the government. We've seen a little bit of that in America in the way that our campus protests were packed up. There were prosecutions that took place, which is very unique in a country where we are supposed to be the bastion of free speech. But I think all of that resistance only causes people to grow more and more angry. And there's only so much a government can do when there's enough people that say this is inappropriate, it's done.
Yeah, you've received backlash at various points for what people perceive as excessive sympathy towards groups like the Houthis or Hezbollah, who share your opposition to Israel, but may have what many would think of as quite regressive views in other areas. Is that something you think about, worry about?
No, not necessarily. In terms of their domestic affairs, a lot of these militant movements, these non-state actors, I am not aligned with at all. Having said that, however, that is not the reason for why they are persecuted or killed in many instances. Like Hasan Nasrallah, he's homophobic, right? Yeah, I know that. But they didn't kill him because he was homophobic. They killed him because he was a part of the axis of resistance. So I don't place a lot of emphasis on the internal dynamics and internal policies of these resistance groups, just as I don't care that America was homophobic, segregationist, and misogynistic when they aligned against the Nazi rise of power. I still rooted for Easy Company. And every time I watch Band of Brothers, I still stand up and salute, you know, because they did what had to be done in that regard. And I can't even change the political discourse in my own theoretical democracy. So I feel like the hypothetical conversation that we're having about the civil governance of these militant groups is simply to just say, well, they're bad too. They're bad too. They deserve punishment. When in fact, the real reason I think people are critical of them is because of their opposition to Israel. I mean, I'll take it one step further. The Gulf allies that America have done a metric ton worse things than even Hezbollah has in terms of its own personal civil governance, but that's never a point of contention with our allegiance with Saudi Arabia, for example. That's unconditional. That allegiance happens because they are a very valuable asset in the region. They're a client state. We give them unlimited weapons. They sometimes use those weapons on Yemen. And that dynamic is never called into question because I don't think that honest State Department employees care about that. They care about their goals in the region.
Aside from domestic political change in the US and across the West, what do you think a permanent, stable solution looks like in the area that is currently now split between Israel and Palestine?
So this is, I have a rather controversial opinion on this, I guess, but I take note from the likes of Avi Shlaim, who have also evolved in their understanding of Israel-Palestine and have found themselves in the one-state solution camp, and I'm definitely there as well, because the settlement expansion project that happened, that coincided with the so-called peace process, made a two-sovereign state solution virtually impossible. Either you have to forcibly expel 750,000 settlers from both occupied East Jerusalem and occupied West Bank, which is not only impossible, but would be very violent.
I mean, we've talked about this problem before, and to some degree, I agree with him on the one-state solution, pretty much because of, many of the problems with the fact that Palestinians have essentially no infrastructure now. So, how do you have a state with no infrastructure? But in terms of the removal of settlers, I mean, it was done before in Gaza. What was it? Oh, was it the night? I can't remember. It was like 20 or 30 years ago, I think. And, there was some stuff that went down with that too. I'm just saying it's doable. It's been done in the past. Now, I mean, I think his assertion that violence would happen, I think is probably accurate. I think there was some amount of violence the settlers did when they were removed from Gaza. But yeah, no, he makes a fair point on the one-state solution, and he's about to get further into it. And the reasons he brings up are completely valid. Things like, like the Swiss cheese of settlements and Israeli, outposts and things, the apartheid. I don't even know if he talks about the lack of infrastructure in Gaza right now, but I just, governing a land with zero infrastructure is going to be immensely difficult.
Or you recognize that the current order of business is that Israel is the singular sovereign state, but it's an apartheid state. And that's the way I approach it. I believe that Israel must dissolve its apartheid and offer citizenship to every single Palestinian, equal rights, equal representation, and become a secular democracy. Israel cannot maintain its demographic concerns. Because what are demographic concerns at the end of the day? I mean, we have demographic concerns in America, but we know exactly what that means when a white supremacist says we have demographic concerns in America. But that calculation is so different when it comes to Israel. Israel's demographic concerns are not seen in the same lens of ethnic and religious superiority implemented by one group and completely dominating and subjugating the outsiders in a similar vein as Nazi Germany or even apartheid South Africa did. It's seen as a mechanism of defense. We have security concerns. We have to have a demographic majority. I can't think of another state that is in the comfortable bosom of Western empire that openly states in its laws that they have to populate certain areas with a certain percentage of Jewish people, or any number of any kind of ethnic group. It doesn't have to just be Jewish people, but that is the reality for Israel. So
one other thing that concerns me about a single state solution is even with the vote, there's still a power differential between Israelis and Palestinians, even if the whole land becomes one and a new state, right? In terms of like wealth, like in terms, like most Palestinians now don't have homes. Many of their belongings are just gone forever, including, of course, families. you know, and, you know, that sort of dichotomy there gives me a little bit of concern. I mean, there's been talks of giving aid to Palestinians, but we've seen how well that's gone up to this point. I mean, of course, in a one-state solution, that would probably go slightly differently, but you get my point, I think. Yeah, I prefer the idea that West Jerusalem has all Israelis removed from it. Same thing with the West Bank, but of course the logistics of that are pretty insane.
I think that is that's old school politics, and I think it has no place in the modern world.
Just to touch on something else you brought up in your speech, social media. Do you think that is something that has fundamentally changed politics, sort of the democratization of information, or do you think that it's the same dynamics playing out over a new medium?
I think it's fundamentally changed politics, sometimes for the good and oftentimes for really awful purposes. I obviously benefit greatly from it. Someone like myself would never be considered a media figure, especially with how...
Like, and one thing that I feel like I keep coming back to is, like, I feel like in order to have a one-state solution, you also need to have another Nuremberg trials, essentially, right? You need to put, like, all of the people who have been actively involved in committing all of the different crimes, you know, against Palestinians to face justice, right? Because I feel like it's going to be hard to start a society where people are, you know, on equal footing and are able to intermingle and have, you know, good old democracy and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, social peace, things like that. If you have to look at the guy, you know, who had been, you know, oppressing you all of these years. Well, not just the guy, but, you know what I mean, like all sorts of different people who you may have literally interacted with over the years. You know, people enforcing, you know, illegal checkpoints and things like that. And, you know, where do you go down the line on that in terms of how would you, you know, how would you manage to have a society where that's the case? And, you know, I mean, technically, I guess we could draw from Reconstruction, maybe, as well as, I don't know, whatever. Apartheid South Africa.
Especially with how isolated mainstream publications are, I feel like I do not fit in the boundaries of permissible speech in mainstream politics and mainstream political discourse. There's a lot more space on the right for that sort of thing, but there's rarely ever any space for the left in this conversation. So yeah, I greatly benefit from the democratization of media. I also understand that for the first time ever, we get to see conflict in real life as it's happening, as it's unfolding. We get to automatically see the victims of American empire or the victims of Israeli actions as real human beings. In the past, I think, and in the early stages, in the immediate aftermath of October 7, CNN and numerous other publications basically kept running the same route. They immediately had a IDF officer that is tasked with basically propagandizing and contextualizing whichever new fresh hell Israel had unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Burnett had on, what's his name? The guy who got fired for saying genocidal things. He was the IDF spokesperson for a long time. Oh my God. It was about the Israeli-Iranian stuff from a number of months ago. It was insane. She was literally like, she was practically holding his hand. She was so close to him. It was one of the most, just gross interviews.
Upon the Palestinian population, they would go on CNN and immediately talk about how these are terror babies. They had to be killed. this hospital is a terror headquarters. We had to bomb it. And because of TikTok and because of other various social media platforms, people were able to see that that was not the case. People were able to see that, no, you're killing, regular civilians. Like, I know because, I watch them on TikTok. And I think that has definitely played a role in people no longer being as confident in legacy publishers. But there's also the downsides of the democratization of media, whereas people with whichever mindset can go on and do something that we like to call grifting, where you saw a lot of this during COVID, where people were just straight up saying, mainstream narratives on COVID are all false, COVID is fake, it's not real, the vaccines make you gay and autistic, don't take the vaccine. And there was plenty of space for that. Like, some people were actually selling their own personal products and trying to monetize on this. But other people were simply doing it because there was a lot of interest in this. There was a market for fake information. And I don't know how to deal with that. I guess spirited debate is...
Yeah, I mean, I wish spirited debate was a solution to all of it. I mean, to some degree, it's helpful, but it's not a catch-all. It's not a solution for all of it, unfortunately. If it was, we'd probably have solved it already. Because there's a great deal of spirited debate out there to be found. But it's a great question. It's one that I ask myself all the time. How do we combat the misinformation out there? And I wish I knew. I wish I knew exactly. Aside from just putting out non-misinformation, just putting out the truth, putting out facts, putting out what what is in one's mind as being important. But yeah, the fact is, I mean, I see so much of it out there too, and it's like you picking through what do you even go after?
Method, but when the faucet is so when the faucet is open and it's uncontrollable, when there's so much disinformation, I truly don't know how you deal with that.
How do you see your role within that new space? Is it more of an activist, more of a journalist, an entertainer, or some kind of mixture of the three?
I would say a mix of the three. I don't call myself a journalist. I'm a political commentator. But first and foremost, my goal is to be educational, but also be approachable and appealing and entertaining. So I try to make things, I try to make certain subjects that are otherwise complex easier to understand and also entertaining. That's the value I think I provide and urge people to.
The CEO shooter's backpack was filled with Monopoly money? Is that true? No, we haven't seen that yet. We've been paying pretty close attention to it. I'm shocked I missed it.
Take action as well, whether it be going to a campus protest, or whether it be unionizing their workplaces, or whether it be joining a local organization. And many members of my community have gone out and done just that. Some have actually gone into local office as well. But outside of that, I also try to combat the misinformation as well, because there's a lot of that out there. I try to hold people's hands through the process of looking at the news. I look at it with a critical lens, and I try to explain to people the biases that certain outlets might have in favor of a particular direction. Omitting key details, burying the lead. Something that a lot of people, I think, are now familiar with is passive voice. This is something that Americans, at least, are very knowledgeable on. Whenever there's any instance of police brutality, the media always makes it seem as though this chaos unfolded on its own. I think mainstream presses utilize the passive voice for all actions that Israel is engaged in as well, quite a bit. Bullet.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't freaking talked about all year. All right, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like 3 hours long. You're upset that the Nightbot does not know enough about the cooking of fried processed meats. Is that really a thing that's happening or not?
And that's a terrifying prospect for the future. Not to be too much of a downer, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's time for some questions from the audience. If you just stick your hand up and then wait till we get a mic over to you, then you can ask your question. We'll go just here.
You know, I think really helps make this a very serious discussion. It's all of the gifted subs and the chat box on the side.
Yeah, let's stand up.
Hi, I'm Sadiq. I go to Down College. I've been a fan for a number of years. I just wanted to ask, what's your view on the global South's prospects going forwards? Because obviously we took hear news about their constant domination by the West. What should we be optimistic about when looking at the global South?
I mean, I think all things considered, the prospects of the global South is definitely trending in a more positive direction than the rest of the world. And I think that has somewhat to do with Chinese initiatives as well. They're offering more favorable loans. They're engaging in development because they're interested in creating a secondary market, because everyone understands that like the next stage of the Cold War is most likely going to be the United States of America against China. And if the tariff faucet opens up, all of a sudden you need other developed markets to be able to sell products to. So in that process, I think a lot of people are, I guess, hedging their bets. They're leveraging against American dominance. And this has been somewhat prosperous for the global South, but I don't necessarily know where it goes in the next 10 to 20 years. But it's not that bad, all things considered.
Should we go on the front row here?
I don't know why it bugs me, but that's just one thing about Twitch that's always frustrated me is the whatever need. I don't know where the need came from, even though the chat exists already. Is the replication of the chat on the screen, just in case you need to be able to read messages, the same two messages twice at this. I don't know. It's always confused me. It's never made sense.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your moral force of your arguments, and I think most of us can agree that the people who perpetrated these crimes in Gaza should face the full force of justice. But I do struggle to see in your arguments actual moral consistency or constancy. How you just talked about the Houthis, for example, I'm sure it's disturbing, not only for me as a gay man, but for other gay men, when you dismiss things like the murder of tens of people at the hands of the Houthis as a mere internal issue. It strikes me that that doesn't seem very morally consistent. And likewise, I think some of your remarks on Gaza have been troubling for many women. As you know, in the October 7th massacre, the Hamas forces who entered not only murdered hundreds of teenagers our age, but also, according to the United Nations, committed a pattern of sexual violence, targeting many of the most
Oh boy, here we go.
people who were taken hostage. It strikes me to win this argument and to actually provide justice to the causes you seek about, you need to be morally consistent. And you need to understand that there's a universality in our values, where we must think about women and think about gay people, no matter where they are. And I'm wondering, have you always been the most helpful advocate for your causes?
Great question. So, in terms of the
Sure.
in terms of the sexual violence, I've never denied it, and that there are definitely people that have clipped things out of context to make it seem as though I have. But my approach on this has always been consistent. Whether it be the Ansar Allah administration and the violent actions that they take against the gay Yemeni population, or whether it be any sort of sexual violence that anyone has been victim to, I think that is completely unacceptable. There is no world in which that I would say that the perpetrators of such crimes should not face any justice whatsoever. I think that I simply look at historical reference points such as like the Nat Turner Rebellion, for example, or the Haitian Revolution, or even the many acts that the ANC's militant wing engaged in the struggle to abolish the apartheid in South Africa. And I recognize that when the dust is settled, those historic wrongs must be accounted for. But the much larger problem here is still always going to be the maintenance of the apartheid. So it's not necessarily that I dismiss these acts. It might come across as dismissive, but the reason as to why I cover it in the way that I do is because I understand that there is still a much greater problem, and I consider many of the ways in which people bring this up to be, I wouldn't say whataboutism, but to serve the purpose of deflecting away from, deflecting the attention away from Israel's actions. Does that make sense?
Shall we go right there in the third row? Yeah, you. Yeah. It's up to you.
Hi, I was struggling whether or not to ask this question, but potentially following on from what was just asked. I do appreciate the work that you do for the left. I don't want to diminish the extent to which you advocate for people's, general right to resist, especially women. However, I think maybe the person is political here. So you have been embroiled in controversy on account of your use of sex workers in your personal life, which you do openly speak on.
Yeah.
I support making the safety and autonomy of sex workers a priority. I don't oppose the criminalisation of women who take part in this kind of labour. But I equally think that if we are to accept the premises that all work is ultimately coercive and that sex work is work, which I think we both do agree on that, then what is the word that we use in society for coerced sex, right? And secondly, do you accept that hedging your bets that sex workers you see are wholly consenting is perhaps naive, especially insofar as like a plumber fixing your bathroom who's in a tricky situation is incomparable in terms of the degree of suffering undertaken, like in terms of a woman engaging in sex work, for example, due to her limited options.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely correct in terms of the extra coercion that might take place, and in many instances, it is a very real problem. But I think that my approach to this has always been, first of all, I've dated sex workers as well. I'm very public and very open about my advocacy for sex work. In terms of the moral dynamic of it, yes, I understand that there is a difference there as long as people are voluntarily, as adults, consenting to the act. And the only way, I think, to ensure that that is the case is to not only destigmatize sex work in general, but also make sure that there are proper mechanisms in place to ensure that this is a safe process, that people are not engaging in this act involuntarily. So I understand your concerns. This is something that
I mean, I'm not sure you quite hit on that entirely. I mean, I'm not here to criticize Hasan, but I mean, I think it's hard to remove capitalism from anything we do in society. So, I mean, but like, the fact is, like, yeah, sex workers have bills to pay just like anybody else, and so in a way they are in fact being coerced. You can make that line pretty easily. But how do you address the coercive nature of that system? I mean, that's really the question here that I feel like she's asking in a weird way. Like, I feel like it's accusatory, right? It's like, Hasan, why do you refuse not to condemn sex work? And it's like, really, you're going on a roundabout way of talking about how the system's fucked.
talked about with many sex workers, both on my stream and outside of that, and they seem to think that the best possible pathway forward is through decriminalization and destigmatization, and that the ways in which we currently currently analyze sex work is only unhelpful because it makes it virtually impossible to seek out help and to ensure that these criminal elements that are truly atrocious are prosecuted with and dealt with.
Sure. Okay, how are we doing on time? We're doing okay, actually. Doing pretty good. I guess we'll keep watching a little more of this. Breaking Point's covered sex work today. I don't think I'm even subscribed to Breaking Points. I should. I guess I should be, but I'm not. I don't watch them. I'm sorry.
Okay. Right in the back corner over there.
Great. Trinity College is the largest and by far the richest college at Cambridge. It built over £2 billion worth of wealth through all the nefarious means you'd probably expect, including continued investment in arms companies like Elbit Systems. After student pressure and protest last year, the college pledged to divest. In October, the college broke that promise, backtracking with the master saying that they regretted creating hardship funds for students affected by conflict. My question, given this, is, as a student at that college who has been involved in organising direct action, I have been staggered by the apathy of my peers. How can students encourage other students to use their voices to pressurise the institutions in which they exist? And how can students stave off demoralisation when shouting at ears that seem not to be listening?
Yeah, that's a tough one. So I think that you have to see the successes that you have gained through direct participation and direct action, such as the college encampments, and keep the pressure as best as you can, and continue the struggle, because at the end of the day, there's only so much pressure that these institutions can withstand. If there is more and more protests and more disorder, civil disobedience, campuses are inevitably going to have to buckle. And there are many different examples of success in this regard. There is a lot of academic divestment that is occurring already. But I'm sorry to hear that they...
Is he wearing Nike dress socks? I can't tell if this is a shadow right here or not. What is this? What's happening here?
Trinity College went back on their promise and is continuing to I guess fund Elbit Systems. It's a truly heinous company.
Shall we go right on the back row there?
Hi, thank you.
It's it's so weird, and the fact is, I couldn't even find. I don't think Cambridge has uploaded this yet for whatever reason, and it looks like leg. It's definitely not leg. I mean, it's whatever's covering his leg. Pretty sure I'm trying to think. I've ever seen Hasan's legs. Yeah, I think I might have seen a Hasan workout stream. He's very hairy legs. If there was his legs, you'd notice. What was I saying? I just got distracted by legs. God damn it.
I've previously made comments about streets soaked red in the capitalist flood of landlords. In an era of really endemic political violence, where in Britain we've seen 2 MPs killed in the last 2 years, do you think that's kind of a constructive way of bringing a left-wing position or kind of criticising capitalism and the role of landlords into this discourse, or is it sort of something you can say from behind a camera that actually has real consequences but doesn't actually make kind of the impact that you'd hope to make?
I was talking to a landlord when I had that conversation, and I don't think that he had an issue with it. He knew that we were messing around, but given that this is a 6-year-old conversation that I had with a landlord friend of mine at the time.
I call it a meme.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that too seriously. But thank you. No, I am not an advocate for killing landlords.
Hasan. Hasan, the slayer of landlords.
Shall we go right there? Yeah.
Thank you so much for your speech. It seems over the past 5 years, the left
has spent a lot of time building up defenses against hate speech, which in the past year and a half, have been really turned against us on college campuses. In England, the child of Holocaust survivors was arrested for terrorist speech. Why does it seem that only the right fights for free speech? Why does the left not fight for free speech? And should the left fight for free speech?
So that's an interesting question because I think that historically the left has fought for free speech, and this still has limitations. I guess if you're talking about free speech in the American understanding, because that's the most expansive, we have never really abided by the principles of free speech to begin with. It seemingly only encompasses protecting hate speech, and rarely ever speech that is truly disruptive to the pre-existing hierarchies. And what I mean by that is, and this has happened in the UK as well historically, where fascists, when they protest in the streets, they get police protection. But when you know, and there's any sort of socialist uprising or leftist uprising, they're usually the ones who have to face police brutality and police violence, at least historically. America, like I said, has the most expansive free speech protections, and yet in 32, if I'm not mistaken, it might be 36 now, states in the United States of America, you actually have to sign a pledge if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example. You have to sign a pledge that says you will never engage in BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the state of Israel, which is, once again, a formerly successful initiative against apartheid South Africa. That's where BDS comes from originally. And yet we have these very obvious restrictions on free speech when it comes to Israel. I think that ultimately the notion that there is free speech absolutism is somewhat silly. It's never really existed. And I think that there are well-established boundaries that many people agree to across the board. Like, there are certain kinds of freedom of expression that obviously should be considered criminal. Child pornography, for example. Illegal. Like, that's not protected under free speech. And some places are more expansive, others are not. But ultimately, I think it doesn't really matter. There's no real champions of free speech absolutism. That doesn't exist. I guess maybe, like, with the exception of Noam Chomsky, I've rarely ever heard anyone make a convincing free speech absolutist.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think I've heard Kyle Kulinski try and quote Noam Chomsky on his own free speech absolutism arguments before. I always sort of fall short of absolutism.
Argument that is genuine. It's just not something that the right believes in. That's why they have been able to portray themselves as champions of free speech in an effort to get away with hate speech without any consequence whatsoever. Because free speech doesn't mean that there should be any sort of freedom from consequences. And yet they have positioned themselves as champions of free speech while simultaneously, in the United States of America at least, right-wing groups are responsible for book bannings, books being pulled out of libraries all across the country. They very successfully launched an initiative against what they consider to be CRT, critical race theory, woke DEI policies and the like, and they have truly undermined free speech and free expression, and also just like a normal education about American history. And they've been doing this very successfully while simultaneously pointing the finger of blame at the left. So I think ultimately we just have to be reasonable about it and understand that there are very real limitations to such things. And when people cynically try to regulate free speech with honest parties that are involved in spirited debate, then you can shout them down a little bit. You can tell them, no, that's not the case. I think one very clear example of this is the conversation surrounding Israel-Palestine. In America, we censured Rashida Tlaib. She's a Palestinian congressperson. We censured her in our Congress because she said, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This is an emancipatory slogan that I think people cynically claimed was anti-Semitic and censured her. No such censures exists for the likes of Tom Cotton, who very famously wrote a New York Times article demanding that Black Lives Matter protesters be violently squashed by the military. Tom Cotton, who has demanded that pro-Palestinian protesters and environmental activists be killed for protesting and blocking roads. There is a Louisiana Senator Kennedy, who
Oh boy, we know all too much what Cotton and Kennedy have been getting into. It's all been pretty bad. Can't watch this whole thing. We really can't. I wish we had time, people. We just don't have the time. Can't do it.
That's too much, man!
This is I think the last question. Wait, hold on.
I hope you had a comfortable travel. I still think it's an issue worth pointing out because when it comes to especially the consumption of luxury goods, sports cars, $1 million property, which you've been known to engage in, how can you justify yourself as a moral character on the left when you are benefiting more than many capitalists are from what you're doing as being a Twitch streamer, exploiting other streamers through your reaction content, which you are, which is a widely established fact. They're socially necessary every time, considering what you earn. You put in that much effort as the other streamers that you're engaged, doing reacting to. And furthermore, when it comes to...
Can we keep it brief if we can?
When it comes to the consumption of luxury goods, what do you think Marx, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Liebknecht, what do you think they would say about this kind of new brand of socialism that you represent? Which is, by any measure of it...
I think we're asking the same question here.
I think that you are...
We get it, pal. We get it. What would...
Societal revolution change, because you are no more than a hero.
Oh my god, this guy won't shut up.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I don't know how familiar you are with Karl Marx, but his bestie literally had a factory, so I don't think that he had that much issue with people that came from means. But having said that, however, I do think that it's a good point. What you rise is the point that you brought up, that socialism is about being in a poverty cult or living an ascetic lifestyle is, I think, pure reactionary garbage. The entire purpose of socialist movements is to allow people to have their own individual freedoms, to have autonomy in their lives, to be able to have some semblance of workplace democracy so they can experience these freedoms and feel like a fucking human being. And that is what I practice, and that is what I preach as well. I have a cooperative in the way that I have my own podcast is Equal Say, Equal Pay. My producer, March, is sitting right there. Makes a lot more money than the average Twitch streamer does, as a matter of fact, for that reason. And I'm a truly fortunate person. I'm truly fortunate for being able to find such success in this field. As far as the accusations of exploitation outside of participating in capitalism, which is impossible to avoid unless you go and, I guess, live in the woods and make your own axe and cut the trees down and build a home for yourself that way. It's impossible to avoid capitalism. That's why most socialists will say that there's no ethical consumption. As far as like my glamorous lifestyle goes, these are voluntary subscriptions that people choose to sign on for. I've told people time and time again that they do not have to subscribe to me, but if they want to, they can. Back in the day, it was to avoid the top of the hour ad break. I don't even serve ads anymore. I do a decent amount of fundraising on top of that.
Hasan makes too much money for ads.
I don't think that
to be
philanthropy is socialism. I don't think that
Somebody
it works
gives
that
5
way.
subs.
And
Blam.
I work with labor movements in general. I'd say that someone of my level of wealth or my level of means is perfectly valid and perfectly appropriate. You might consider that to be self-serving, but I don't. And it's never been something that is inconsistent. When I was broke, I advocated for the same exact things that I advocate for now, and people would say, you're just jealous of the wealthy. Now that I do have money, people say you're a hypocrite. And I don't know what the expectation is from for someone like myself to just like cast aside. Once I got a little bit of money, this socialism shit is over. You want me to become like a right-wing Ben Shapiro type of person?
Why aren't you grind setting harder?
Like, you want me to cast aside my values and my principles? No, I'm not going to do that. So
Those boots look like they
I'm
have
very
some mighty
fortunate,
nice
and I try
straps,
to
buddy.
use all of that fortune for good and to continue uplifting voices that are unheard and to continue to advocate for people to get that same level of emancipation and autonomy in their workplaces and across the board. It's no different than my advocacy for against police brutality. I'm not black, but I speak on black issues. I'm not trans, but I speak against transphobia. It's I am not any longer broke, but it doesn't change that dynamic for me even a little bit. I think that it's I'm still going to continue doing that, regardless of the home that I purchased for myself. It's not, it's not my fault that the California housing market is dog shit. I purchased a house for myself that my family can live in. That's a pretty valid thing. That's a pretty normal thing. I think that's something that everyone should be able to do, should be able to get. Now, if I were to say, well, I own a home now, so I think the housing market is good. We shouldn't do any public housing. We shouldn't claw back housing prices. Then yeah, that would be inconsistent. That would be inconsistent. I guess it would be more consistent in the way that you interpret who I am and what I should be, what values I should be presenting. But I think that would be true hypocrisy. And as far as the luxury car goes, I leased a dentist car, an EV, just so everybody knows. It's, I'm going back to a Toyota, don't worry. So I can get my socialist bona fides.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. That is sadly all we've got time for. I'm going to say a couple of other things in seconds, but first of all, let's all say a warm thank you to Hasan.
Okay, well that's it. There was a after party where basically all of the British people, mostly seemingly the youngest, although it is college, so I guess they're all probably pretty young, but they all gathered in a line to meet with and get their picture taken with the great Hasan.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
I watch you every day.
Oh, hell yeah.
I watch you every day, he says.
Oh, nice. Okay, well,
Hasan has a pretty big reach.
Things didn't pan out well for America or the future of this country, or future of any country, really.
Not really, no.
I just wonder, where do you get your information on? Because you seem to be right on almost everything. Elections.
I mean, I think as far as predictions goes, I'm not interpreting events or rehashing what any legacy publisher is saying or any commentator is saying. It's more so I'm looking at it from the lens of materialist analysis and judging it by party track record and what has happened in the past. And I think that's where it comes from. But there's still plenty I get wrong. I mean, I still...
So basically, I mean, once they start taking pictures, everybody gets in a line. It's not quite at that point yet. He hasn't quite revealed that he's going to allow people to just take pictures with him.
Campaign was,
but basically, for the next hour, it's just Hasan's stream. Look, I mean, you can kind of see it's just one person after the next going by. And it's just this slow, very polite line of Cambridge students waiting to see Hasan. Oh, wait, but isn't this the guy? This is the guy, I think. Hold on. This is... I want to see... Yeah, hold on. Orange hair here at the end of the line.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Weird that you're a real person.
I am a real person.
Do you find it weird, like, meeting people in real life as well, or most of it's kind of...
No. I'm used to
I feel
it.
like you've just always been kind of, like, confident.
He's like a Disney employee. He's like, yeah,
I
he's
think
like
at this
Mickey
point in my
Mouse
career, it's just, I'm
at
used to
the
it. That's what it
breakfast.
is. And at first it
at
was
the
like really
character
exciting 'cause I was
breakfast.
like, oh my god, someone knows who I am. Like that's sick. And then it just became like a normal thing, you know. But yeah,
The
I've been a
leftist character
sociable person
breakfast.
my whole life, I would say.
It rhymes, so you know it's good.
Twitch has ruined that a little bit. It's broken my brain, but you know, I try to do my best.
Well, it's weird the way people interact online, isn't it? Like, compared to
Yeah.
in real life. It's like,
Well, we saw that earlier today when people wanted to come at me in a very, fiery way. And I think it plays itself out in like a real personal dynamic in a very different way than it does online, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where when you can see the person,
no, you could feel the tension in the room.
and you can feel the tension in the room, it's a little different.
Yeah.
I don't think it favors the people with scathing commentary as much as they think it does.
Just people kind of know what a normal interaction
Yeah,
is.
I think people kind of look more hysterical in that situation. Yeah, but it is what it is. You want to take a photo?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Gotta get the photo.
Boom.
Look at that sweater. That's a great sweater. The mushrooms and the ferns, my god.
Nice to meet you. Do you guys all have questions or you want to take photos as well? All right, let's do it.
Sorry for questioning you, but I'm sure
What?
you're...
No, I'm used to it.
Here he is.
I guess the thing I was talking a little bit about was, I know you're not a fan of, I'm not a fan of him either, but, Richie Torres sent a big letter, but...
Oh, God.
But in particular, there were some comments in there about sort of dismissing, a lot of people did feel very upset at the time, I remember seeing it, about dismissing Wham! October 7th as rape fantasies, rape hallucinations. I mean, the UN has gone, checked, verified.
No, you know what's ironic?
For those comments.
You want to know what's ironic about that?
Yeah.
So, that was a 17-second clip that Richie Torres got from a group of people that are like, trying to present this narrative that I am a vicious anti-Semite that is a rape denialist. And what's really interesting about that clip is that I went back because I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I went back and I looked at the 17-second clip that he put in that. And it was actually from a broader conversation where I was arguing against someone who was denying rapes. And I was like, no, I think that there is a very high likelihood that sexual assaults occurred. And I even brought up the UN report that you're suggesting that that there was at least one documented instance of first-hand account testimony from one of the hostages that sexual assault had happened. And that there is no reason to disparage or to claim that it did not happen when there is at least evidence that it did. And that it had not changed the dynamic of genocide for me even a little bit. And I think
that the way in which you said that to a lot of people sounded very, very dismissive. Like, especially to people who,
Yeah, and he just addressed that because it was in, like, what is it called? What did Tim Pool call it? It's prop clipping. He prop clipped, Richie Torres prop clipped Hasan.
had relatives who were perhaps murdered or taken away, or had felt
prop clipping.
The loss of life on that day.
So let me answer this question.
He totally made that up. No one's ever said that before.
Now that you know the broader context, do you feel as though, like, do you feel like you were maybe duped? I don't want to say duped, but like that you saw this that was like very clearly out of context. Does that change your opinion a little bit, or do you feel like I'm running defense?
I'm very much on the sort of. I've always been on the pro-Palestine side of this. I'm a left-leaning person, so I never looked at what I saw and said, "This is justification."
Very, very pro-Palestine, as you can tell by my comments, which are all incredibly pro-Israel and questioning Palestine's right to do anything.
Anything like that. But I did see, I'm also a humanitarian, and I think that it's important when you're trying to solve a conflict, or when you're trying to stop violence, that you honestly say what happened. And what happened was,
I agree.
Murderous militants went in to a music festival and murdered hundreds of teenagers in cold blood. And
I love this guy. He seems to think that he's stumbled upon something huge, as if we all didn't spend... I mean, how many months exactly did we spend just talking about October 7th itself? Right? As if we don't know what October 7th is. This kid thinks he's got to rehash the whole thing for us? As if we haven't spent not just that time, but then the preceding year after those first 2 months of people referring back to October 7th. And he's like, oh, well, Hasan, have you heard of October 7th before?
Often massacred and mutilated them in ways that we have on camera. And that is deeply traumatic to me. And I guess this was linking to a broader point that, yes, I understand this whole thing about there is context to this, and you can't just sort of suggest any violent action is justifiable against someone if they don't hold views you like. But this is endemic to the ideology.
Do you think I maintain that position?
Side, you know, it doesn't.
No. But do you think I maintain that position? Do you think that I think that it was wholeheartedly justifiable?
I think certainly you haven't been very clear in your condemnations at times, and I've watched what you've said.
Do you condemn Hamas?
It doesn't seem, you know, for example, in the course of your talk, you didn't mention what happened on October 7th.
I'm taking bets right now on whether or not this guy is Pierre Morgan's nephew.
Yeah.
You mentioned it as the start of the conflict. You didn't mention...
I don't even think it's the start of the conflict. I actually, if you recall, started the conversation even before the inception of the State of Israel. There's a deliberate reason for why I did that, because I think it's important to understand the historical context in which violent resistance.
There's no context for murdering hundreds of teenagers, is there?
Yes, I think
really?
there is. Yes, there's always
is that something
context.
That can
Just like
be
there's context.
Justified?
I don't think it's a contextual justification. I think it's offering background and analysis.
There's a difference between context and a justification, right? I mean, this guy is really exhibiting a lot of Piers Morgan tendencies. I'm thinking he might be related. It seems like he could be a nephew, maybe. But yeah, unable to, entertain two ideas at the same time. Asking for condemnation of Hamas. Things like that. I mean, boy, he is... If anything, he's certainly a subscriber to Uncensored.
Not justification. I mean, this is a deliberative body, right? We're in a space for free speech and debate, and I think that this is actually, ironically, one of the things that I don't like about debate is that there is a woeful misinterpretation that exists in this space, and that especially when we talk about certain things, like certain subjects that are very difficult to broach in an open and honest manner, I think a lot gets lost in the nuance. And I think you understand where I'm coming from when I talk about this like that. October 7 is...
This kid is failing so hard right now. You can kind of see it in his body language right now. He's like... He looks like he wants to disappear. He's hoping Hasan won't notice that he just sort of vanishes from in front of him at this point.
I've never said that October 7 is like the inception or the first stage in what has unfolded. I think that it's important to understand the context in which violent resistance has evolved, whether it be Hamas or whether it be any militancy against like overarching oppressive colonial actions.
But I suppose what I'm saying to you is there's time for nuance, and there's also time to say something is unequivocally evil. And something is unequivocally unjustified.
And when do you decide? When do you make that decision?
I'm wondering why you can't.
Hasan's I know he's not. I feel like Hasan's looking for a bottle to just like smack this kid with it. No, that one doesn't quite have the right sort of weight to it.
About the wealth of Israeli atrocities. That to actually fix this conflict and gain trust with people, you need to say that unequivocally about the murder of hundreds of teenagers at the Supernova Music Festival, their mutilation and often their rape. And I don't know why you can't say that.
I don't. First of all, in terms of using the language of mutilation and rape, and also consistently saying that there is a contextual justification for it, I think the violence that states engage in, specifically an apartheid state, which you agree is Israel's an apartheid state. Okay, so the violence that an apartheid state engages in is oftentimes considered to be invisible. There is a tremendous number of documented, there's a tremendous number of speakers and media representatives that have actively communicated all of the violence that has unfolded on October 7. I myself have also maintained the position that any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable. But I think it's more productive to at least be a resilient voice that, especially in the West, that tries to explain that these aren't barbaric monsters, that these are horrifying atrocities that they did, right? But that it is not coming out of a place of this antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, or that they wanted to go out and like do mass rapes, or any number of different ways in which people have.
I think what he's describing is otherization, dehumanization. That is what has been going on in this. What just happened to my mouse? Please hold. Something weird. Okay, there we go.
I think, in a very unhelpful way, tried to claim that there is no emancipatory ambition here, and that there is no valid interest in wanting to be rid of Israeli sovereignty.
Do you think?
I think this kid's going to regret later his decision to have debated Hasan, and then decided to double down and find him after. Because he already got one chance to ask Hasan this very loaded question. And he's like, you know what? Can we clear this all up? Alright, that's good enough, I think. On the Hasan at Cambridge, we're going to go straight into another big story. What story is that, you ask? Well, of course, the unveiling of Notre Dame. And before we actually see the unveiling, let's go here. This was yesterday, showing just the exterior of the building, where they've got, as you can see, they got this little built out sort of what do you call it? Oh, I want to call it a podium. That's totally not what it is. Gazebo. Yeah, there we are. Gazebo over here, as well as some other tents and stuff. They're all ready. You can see there's still a little bit of scaffolding on the cathedral itself. Which I feel like at an unveiling is weird. Like, you'd think it'd be gone. That's just my sense of things. But this is like a 10-hour video. So let's see what it looked like at night. Ooh, sacre bleu. Incredible. C'est magnifique. Now, of course, it did cost €1 billion to be this magnifique. So don't forget that. Totally worth it, I'm sure. I mean, this light show, come on, look at that. Look at the way it pops. Just popping. Popping so good. Honestly, though, I'm not even kidding. Do you see the way it's hitting the shadows? I know that they have like different lights set up and stuff, but it's pretty well done. It really is. I'm not gonna lie. The scaffolding does ruin it a little bit, though. Not gonna lie, does ruin it. I wish there was no scaffolding. It makes it worse. Ooh, look at that. These even move. So fancy. Now, everybody was super stoked about this, not just in France. But really, I mean, people all around the world were excited. Especially the people who got invites, and boy oh boy, star-studded guest list. Bunch of big names, powerful people came to see this unveiling. It's a historic moment. Okay, well, I guess we'll, I won't hold off anymore. I was just using this as a way to sort of riff on it while also giving you a view of the cathedral. But, of course, the exterior is not even the biggest achievement on this renovation. The interior is incredible. If you haven't seen it, it's insane. We are going to see it soon, I assure you. But before we go there, let's look at some of the people showing up to this event. Oh God.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, it looked like they were going to kiss. They both seem really excited to see each other.
President, I just it's a great honor for French people
Honestly,
to welcome you.
I think they were like squeezing each other's hands super hard. Like, I know they were putting on smiles, but I mean, how many times has Donald Trump like pulled different sort of handshake things with Emmanuel Macron? I feel like he forced that hug, that bro hug, because he didn't want to get the old Donald Trump pull away handshake.
President, I just
You saw, if you saw, I don't know if you saw it, but Donald Trump winces for a second there. You can kind of see it. It's hard to see on his face, right? It's like, it's actually like right there where he's kind of wincing from how hard they're shaking.
President, I just
Power move.
For French people.
Power move. You gotta grab a hand.
5 years later.
Like a dead fish.
And you were at that time president for the first time, and I remember the solidarity and your immediate reaction.
Ah yes, the solidarity.
Welcome back again.
Thank you
We are very happy to have you here.
Thank you very much. Very great honor.
As they say, merci beaucoup.
As everyone knows, we accomplished a lot together, and the people of France are spectacular. I guess it's one of our largest groups in the United States, French people, and we respect.
It's one of our largest groups.
Very talented.
What is that? What does that mean? Macron's face. Wait, what does that mean? I feel like that's what his face is saying. What does that mean? We are the largest groups in your America.
People, extremely energetic people, as you know very well.
Yeah.
And it's an honor to be here. We had a good time together, and we had a lot of success, really great success working together on defense and offense too. And it certainly seems like the world is going a little crazy right now.
Oh, it's a little crazy.
We'll be talking about that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being here.
Merci.
There you go. Donald Trump. It's a crazy world out there. Look at these two. I swear to God, they're doing it this whole time. They are just having a goddamn handshake battle. I'm pretty sure Macron was doing like exercises before this, just like because he. Doesn't it not seem like they're having some sort of a weird handshake competition? Come on, look at this photo. This is not. These two men aren't actually enjoying each other. Did you see? Did you see? Oh my God.
For being here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, thank you. So great. You're all so good. Having a great time. Guess what? There was somebody else there for this photo op. That's right. Volodymyr Zelensky.
One step, please. This way, please. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Très bien.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really good job, everyone. Okay. Well, no, we're not ready for that. Wait. Pause. Okay. So yeah, as you can see, plenty of people showing up to this event here. Actually, there's a couple more I wanted us to see before we get too far along. Where is it? Ah, yeah, there it is. All right. Well, it wasn't just the men. Ladies were also here to see the church opening. That's right, Jill Biden, other Biden, I forget her name, Rebecca Biden, some Ashley Biden, one of the Bidens. Both Biden ladies here. Everybody looking very fancy. Their best outfits. They are in Paris, after all. At a very fashionable event. Look at that. I'm loving that sort of the gold fleur-de-lis. It's almost Indian in its construction. That overcoat. Loving it. Loving it. Well, there you go. All right. That's at least a small look at the guest list for this very prestigious event. Historical billion-dollar event. I mean, my God. When I heard the number that it cost to rebuild this goddamn cathedral, I was like, good thing Catholic Church is footing most of the bill. But I think there are some public funds going into this because it's considered a historical monument. I don't know exactly what the split is on it even. But let's go on now to the actual opening of this thing, and it was opened, I guess, I don't know what this is about. I think there's some historical significance to this, but I genuinely don't know what it is. Like, I don't know why priests would be banging on doors. I've never heard of this. Is this something... Is anybody familiar with this tradition is about? I just don't get it. To scare the devil out? Oh, he's waking the mummy up. That makes sense. Demons. Could be demons. Wow, what a reveal. They have a drone in here? So somber, so serious. Okay. Let's get a little bit of a musical treat here. What do you say? What is that? The Phantom of the Opera? You're right, the organs are pretty amazing. This guy's going ham right now. I love the jump cuts to people being like, what the fuck is happening right now? Oh, that's amazing. I'm glad the organist took a solo.
Je me tiens devant vous.
I stand before you before we begin with the ceremony to express the gratitude of the French nation. Gratitude to all of those who saved, helped, and rebuilt.
Aidé et rebâti Notre-Dame de Paris. Gratitude
to all of those who are present in the moment when we are ready to return it to the Catholics, to Paris, France, and the whole world.
À Paris, à la France, et au monde entier.
Wow, that's my hand.
Oui.
Yes.
Ce soir,
tonight, the bells of Notre Dame are ringing again.
Et l'orgue dans un instant
and in a moment, the organ will awaken. A music of hope to Parisians, France, and the world. The bells
qui ont scandé les heures du jour et celles de l'histoire.
Run again, they will ring again through history. We have chosen the awakening, the will, the course of hope. We have decided to rebuild Notre Dame of Paris even more beautiful in 5 years. And to achieve this, a never seen
et pour rendre cela possible, une fraternité inédite. Fraternité de ceux qui ont donné.
Fraternity of those who have donated from all continents, from all religions, from all fortunes, united in hope,
unis par
and in one
l'espérance et
place.
réunis dans ces murs. Fraternité des compagnons,
A fraternity of our partners,
et de tous les
apprentices,
métiers ici réunis.
and workers.
Plus dangereux encore que les autres.
All right. So this was right after the ceremony. Prince William's here, just sort of standing lonely, looking in a hallway or some sort of vestibule of some sort. I wonder what he's waiting for. Oh, it's me, baby. I'm here.
Good man, this one.
So, he's great. That fucking smile. Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Look at these two palling it up. I think this might be at the embassy, like the British embassy in France. I'm assuming partially by the decor. This looks very, very.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, this this looks very, very comfortable. You're really enjoying each other's company, aren't you? Okay.
I really appreciate it.
Is there more? Do we have more to this? Well, this is just the Forbes. This is Forbes footage of the exact same thing. Okay, right. Okay, and it's even worse. Cool. Well, Prince William, Donald Trump, palling it up at we're just assuming to be the British embassy, especially because if you go back here, as you can see behind Prince William, you can see the French and British flag right here. It's all, it just kind of makes sense. I mean, look at how big the doorways are. I mean, come on. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together here, people. But we got more. People are palling it up at the at this opening. Let's see some of the shots from inside the cathedral. Oh, this was Donald showing up to the event. Sorry. And then there's, I think, some shots from inside the cathedral. There we are. Another brother. They keep hugging. So much hugging between these two. So much hugging. Okay, Jill, we already saw you. William barely made it through the doorway. Dude is a tall. Can't even tell who that was. Donald Trump saying hi to everybody. Zelensky, lady. I don't know your name. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, you're a prince. I know you. Elon's here. Ooh, very exciting. All right. Well, that's it, I'm afraid, on the Notre Dame. I know everybody was enjoying it so much, but that's it. That's it. That's all I've got on this damn thing. But it was a big moment. Everybody was there. It felt important to see whose elbows were rubbing whose. Things like that. Where is Joe? Great question. I'm glad somebody asked, because I forgot about that. Joe Biden, where is he? People are asking, why is Joe Biden not at this? But he's busy doing president stuff, of course. Now, this is a disturbing story that I think there's probably going to be more coming out about this at some point. As to who was behind it and whatever else. Reasoning for what we're about to look at. But if you didn't hear it, if you didn't hear about it, and the fact is it's kind of highly likely you didn't, because it didn't get a ton of coverage. But there was a bombing, or at least a suspected bombing, a very large blast at an apartment block at The Hague in the Netherlands earlier today. Or technically, I think it was yesterday for the Netherlands. I mean, you can see the damage from this bomb is insane. It seems to have split this building in two. Like, you're not supposed to be able to see through this right here. There was a roof here from what I can tell beforehand, and now it's all fucking gone. And the blast took out all of these windows all along the building. Glasses made it, what, 30 yards from the building itself. part of a Dutch apartment building collapsed after an explosion.
On the other side of the street, I heard children screaming, "Help, help, help!" And my neighbor went there to try and save the children. But I don't know what happened to the children. I have no idea.
Zwarte rook en vuur en uiteindelijk...
Black smoke, fire, and finally I saw the building sink. It was unstable. The explosion had already happened. But within 30 seconds you saw the building collapse. Panic. There was fire everywhere. People...
Alright, So yeah, they've been searching for survivors from this blast, but it has not been super good so far. I'll try and keep you updated on that one when the news comes. Let's go now to this. As Secretary Lloyd Austin had some stuff to say about the U.S.'s recent decision on aid to Ukraine, which will apparently now include another $1 billion in long-term weapons transfers.
In February 2022, the world was jolted by Putin's all-out invasion of Ukraine. But we understood the danger to American security and global order. And so we rallied some 50 countries to help Ukraine defend itself. We've seen strong bipartisan support for Ukraine from Leader McConnell and other leaders in both parties. And I'm proud to announce today the commitment of a new Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package worth nearly $1 billion. This administration has made its choice, and so has a bipartisan coalition in Congress. The next administration must make its own choice. But from this library, from this podium, I am confident that President Reagan would have stood on the side of Ukraine, American security, and human freedom.
The reason he brought up Reagan because it was at a Reagan, like, what do you call it? Reagan Foundation event. Yeah. Of all people to bring up. Okay. Thanks, Lloyd. Alright. Boy. Let's see. Where are we at? You know, I think at this point, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I know things are a little weird today, but it's because we got some, like, more longer form content than usual, so I'm trying to accommodate for that somehow. So far, it's not going. I don't know if it's going as well as I think it is. But I'm gonna try to keep it going here. All right. I see a raptor in the shorts chat. It's really quiet in the shorts lately. I don't know why. It's weird. There was a time where the shorts would get crazy. It's where I was getting a lot of views at one point. It seems to be... I should look into which of the videos have done the best of shorts. I honestly have no idea what it is. Oh boy, are we talking about Michael Brooks again in chat? That's a sad talk. And losing Michael Brooks was a blow, and it's a very unfortunate thing that happened that I think we've all been trying to deal with for a while now. And I think it's, I think everybody's got different strategies on how to do that. And, it just, for me, this sounds callous, but it is what it is. And it sounds horrifying to some people, I'm sure. Probably because I've experienced a lot of death in my life. But I know he was an amazing guy. But people die, and we can't dwell on his death, right? I certainly can't, or I will just sort of wallow, and that's no good. And we just gotta somehow try and live in a way, if we do care about Michael and his memory, in a way that somehow serves that, right? That's all I got. I don't know, it sounds stupid. It's all I got, though. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of what we should listen to for the break. And I feel like we deserve different music. I don't know why. It's the weekend. Actually, no, not this one. What do I want? Let's do this. Forget he ever existed. I never said that. I never said that. That is a lie. Alright, taking a quick space intermission. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, otherwise you miss all the sweet, sweet galactic content. Once you get done doing those two things, I must implore you're considering the potential of maybe contributing to the Galactic News Network. As we are completely funded by viewers like you, it really is really necessary for me to ask that you make those considerations. All sorts of great ways to contribute, of course. My favorite, Patreon, gets you all the super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. So, do consider that, number one. And currently, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am imploring people to consider using PayPal or Cash App for YouTube or Twitch. Not that you can't, I'll eventually get that money, but due to galactic circumstances, PayPal and Cash App would get me the money faster. Just saying. I am imploring, I will implore. I continue to implore. Thank you, Moa Noab. Alright, now, what else do I have to say here? I was saying things. Yeah, whatever. Space break. Space break, you people. Snack. Be right back. Something like that. Hey, thanks for the super sticker, Monop. It's a lovely dancing lemon. Alright. You know what time it is, chat. Time for the third half of the show. I don't know if it's going to be the final half, honestly, because of how I've set this up. But, yeah. Better get into it. Alright, cut the music. Let's go now. Let's talk about Syria. Things have been getting pretty crazy here. Start off here from Reuters. This is from yesterday.
This video is said to show a Russian strike on a bridge that Syrian rebels would use to get to Homs. A Syrian army officer told Reuters it was bombed to prevent the rebels using it. While various social media videos, verified by Reuters, showed the rebels taking over a string of towns en route to the city. Homs is a crossroads on a key road between the capital Damascus and the coastal heartland of President Bashar al-Assad. The rebels' approach is part of a lightning advance since they burst out of their northwestern Idlib bastion. The territorial gains of the past week are the fastest since the civil war erupted 13 years ago, following street protests against Assad. The rebels captured the key city of Hama on Thursday, following their seizure of Syria's second city, Aleppo. Other footage purported to show them in Rastan, also in Homs province. Thousands of people fled Homs overnight, a war monitoring group and residents said on Friday. The advance, led by a former al-Qaeda affiliate known as Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is the biggest challenge for years to Assad's rule. In Hama, crowds toppled this statue of Assad's father. Assad regained control of most of Syria in 2016, after his key allies, Russia, Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah group, came to his aid.
Okay. So, some people may have seen that yesterday, because I think we looked at that one. But now I think we're almost at the point where you're up to kind of the current, if you will. And we saw this one yesterday. Let's go to this.
Tabii Idlib.
Now, tens of thousands of people are fleeing the Syrian city of Homs as rebel Islamist fighters close in. And the speed at which the armed opposition is advancing across the country has astonished everyone, with the Syrian army, loyal to President Assad, simply falling away. The civil war began in 2011, but the rebels, with links to Al-Qaeda, were forced into retreat 5 years later. Now they're back, and in just 10 days have taken the whole of Syria's second largest city of Aleppo. Another major city, Hama, fell yesterday. And now, in their sights, is Homs. Success there could see the main road from the capital Damascus to the Syrian coast cut, dividing the stronghold of President Assad. His lightning loss of territory due to his backers, including Russia, Iran and Hezbollah, currently fighting in other conflicts. Well, with all the latest from the Turkey-Syria border, here's Hugo Buchega.
Syrian rebels on their way to Homs.
Okay, let's skip past this one. Let's go here. This is from 15 hours ago, BPC News. Reports suggest anti-Assad rebels
to
have
Syria
captured.
now, where advances by rebel groups on government forces appear to be gathering momentum from both the north and the south. The news agency AFP quotes a war monitor and rebels as saying Druze militias are just 10 kilometers from the southern gates of the capital Damascus after snatching the southern province of Daraa from government control. The speed at which the armed opposition is advancing across the country has astonished everyone, with the Syrian army loyal to President Assad simply falling away. The civil war began in 2011, but the rebels outside Homs, now known as HTS with links to Al-Qaeda, were forced into retreat 5 years later. Now they're back and in just 10 days have taken the whole of Syria's second largest city of Aleppo. Another major city, Hama, also fell to them, and now their sights are on Homs, Syria's third biggest city. But fighting there is intense. Syria's military says it's carrying out airstrikes in an effort to push the rebels back. A UK-based war monitor says those regime airstrikes near Homs have killed 21 civilians.
Yeah, of course. Civilians are going to bear the brunt of a lot of what's happening right now. But shortly after that story came out, it became clear that the rebels had in fact taken Hama essentially in full and were closing in on Damascus, which is essentially it's not only the capital of Syria, but it's the main stronghold of President Assad, of his entire regime, essentially. And losing that would be essentially losing all of Syria for him.
Let's get the very latest now from Resel Serdar, who's in Kilis at the Turkish border with Syria. Resel, what are you hearing of these reports that the opposition fighters are close to Damascus?
Indeed, now they are getting closer and closer to the capital, Damascus, from the east axis and also from the southern sides. So since yesterday, the Syrian government has lost complete control over the city of Daraa and then now Notre and also a majority of the Suwaid as well. These are the southern cities of Syria that is connecting the country to Jordan. And now the opposition forces are heading toward the north and almost seizing and encircling the capital, Damascus, from the south and heading toward the north. Now they have taken over the town of Daraya, they have taken over the town of Samanin, and now we are seeing roughly in many places there are fights that are taking place around 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers away, and in some places even.
So this is a statue of Bashar al-Assad's father. This is in Damascus, or outside of it, Jarmana. Oh, Daredevil, thank you for the super sticker. What is it? Just a very happy looking emoji. Thank you.
Talking about less proximity of 20, 25 kilometers, 15 kilometers. So, and that is not only from the south, from the east also. The opposition forces today has taken the control of the town of Palmyra. You remember in 2014, ISIS has taken the control of that city. It's a historic site and they have destroyed that historical monuments. Now that is under the control of the opposition. But taking over Palmyra simply by the opposition, simply for the Syrian government, means that they have lost their connection from the entire eastern areas of the country. So When you go to the further east, the Syrian government forces that were left there are now surrendering themselves to the Iraqi security forces at the border. Then when you go to the city of Homs, which is another strategic place, a major city of Syria, the third largest one, the opposition fighters are saying that they are engaging in a fight with the Syrian government forces. And now in several of the neighborhoods of the city of Homs, now the fighting is still continuing. And so when you look at this map now, it's just surrealistic that within 10 days, the government has been losing its control over the majority of the country, nearly 6.
Yeah, because of course the Syrian government, even though it's a big picture, right? Were we looking at it back here? Where was it? Oh, actually it was in a different video. But when we were looking at it, I mean, Syria's a big country, but, you know, it only controls a certain part of the country, and only a certain part of the country is habitated and, you know, significant governmentally, militarily, and, you know, the three main cities that were controlled by Bashar al-Assad are now falling, one after the other. Whoa, where'd you find that sticker? I'm loving that one, PB. Pink afro, purple-skinned muscle woman. And when she flexes, boss shows up. It's pretty badass. Pretty badass. I'm into it. Okay.
% of the country, and now it is redirecting its all forces from the south, from the east, from the north, from all the remote areas to the capital city, Damascus. And so anytime the opposition forces could take the control of the city of Homs from the north of the capital, and then from the south of the capital, anytime the opposition forces could have an access or reach to the outskirts of Damascus.
And Russell, the remarkable thing about this...
Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep going because there's been more and more news. That was 13 hours ago. I have like 7 stories between then and now. That's how much has been happening.
Just 12 miles from the presidential palace in Damascus, crowds chant for Bashar al-Assad's regime to fall, a statue of his father becoming the latest to topple.
You can't decide who to root for? Well, that is what is so difficult about this particular situation. It's... I mean... The fact is I think in this particular situation, you don't even have to root for just one group. Because it would mean just how many there are in the region. But it's also very complicated. The ones who are making the most ground right now are, as we've mentioned multiple times, linked to Al-Qaeda formerly, and are now... claiming they have changed their outlook on things. They want to do a chill theocracy. Everybody gets to be who they want, and blah blah blah.
Just 12 miles from the presidential palace in Damascus, crowds chant for Bashar al-Assad's regime to fall, a statue of his father becoming the latest to topple. The dynasty's iron grip on Syria this week loosening at breakneck speed. The Syrian government is...
I mean, the fact is Nightbot has no understanding of how to parse this. But yeah, I mean, the fact is ISIS is technically one of the groups of Syrian rebels. And of course, they've probably done some bad stuff. Not probably, definitely.
An onslaught from north and south, the so-called rebels led by the Islamic group HTS closing in on the strategic city of Homs, seizing the spoils of abandoned army outposts.
We liberated Aleppo, then Homs, then we'll go to Damascus. We promise our people in the liberated areas that we'll return them to their hometown safe and sound, with heads held high.
This is a faction-torn country controlled in the red areas here by the Syrian army led by Bashar al-Assad. But it's the lightning advance of the rebel army led by HTS Tahrir al-Sham which made the first move last week in a fresh attempt to topple the Assad regime. From the north, they took the economic capital Aleppo, then the city of Hama and reaching the city of Homs. In the south, local groups gained control of Daraa, while HTS rebels claimed to have reached As-Sanamein, just 20 kilometres south of the capital Damascus, where Assad remains for now. HTS has built a broad alliance of rebel groups, each seizing their moment to apply maximum pressure on Assad's ailing army. The group and its leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, once an al-Qaeda fighter, are on the US, UN and Turkish terror lists, but have attempted to rebrand, Jalani saying he wants to transition into a state of governance and of institutions where religious and ethnic minorities can live safely. Analysts say, but Turkey denies, that the advance couldn't have happened so swiftly without the tacit support of Turkish President Erdogan. His foreign minister was in Doha today in talks about the Syrian conflict with his Iranian and Russian.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's technically to some degree true. The support of Erdogan has been strategically important. He's been doing strikes within Syria in the last month. And it does line up. Some of these attacks now, they make a little bit more sense. They're making slightly more sense, at least from coming from Turkey. Because it was honestly, when I heard about the Turkey strikes, whatever, 2 months ago, or a month and a half ago, it just didn't make any sense to me. Of course, the U.S. has been, not implicitly, explicitly involved in all this. We just listened to a couple of days ago, who was it? Not John Kirby, the other one. God, I can't remember his name. But a Pentagon official saying that the U.S. has been involved in strikes and has troops in Syria, essentially, right now.
Counterparts.
We are very much sorry for the Syrian people who became a subject of another geopolitical experiment. We are absolutely convinced of inadmissibility to use terrorists like Yat Tahrir al-Sham to achieve geopolitical purposes, as it is being done now.
Bashar al-Assad's grip on power has been propped up by military support from Russia and Iran, but both are engaged in costly hybrid wars elsewhere, not least Ukraine and Israel. Just as the Syrian army, beset by corruption, sees its soldiers surrender, with 2,000 of them fleeing across the Iraqi border, Russian and Iranian forces have withdrawn their military commanders and personnel over the past few days. The stakes for Iran are particularly high. A loss of influence here would put a dent in its arc of proxy forces.
Yeah.
From Lebanon to Iraq to Yemen, one it's squared up against Israel.
Okay, John King Dede. What are we talking about right now? What is happening? Let's go to this now. This is from 8 hours ago. Rebels reportedly moving closer to Damascus.
Right now, rebel forces appear to be sweeping through large swaths of Syria as they close in on the capital. The leader of one of the main armed groups declaring, quote, the fall of the regime.
The opposite of John... I wasn't asking for the opposite of John Kirby. I was just saying the other one. The other Pentagon ghoul. What's his name? I can't think of it. That's the problem. It's killing me.
Within sight. This was the scene in the northeastern outskirts of the capital. Celebrations in response to the rebels' claim they are at the, quote, gates of Damascus. Regime officials deny reports that Assad has fled, claiming instead government troops have established a strong cordon around the capital. However, other video shows large groups of army defectors. This is a contingent crossing at a border into neighboring Iraq. There are reports now that as many as 2,000 troops have fled there. CBC's senior international correspondent Margaret Evans brings us the latest developments.
It's actually getting hard.
It's incredible how the rebels seem to have zero military equipment aside from just vehicles. There's vehicles filled up with people, guns. But they basically have no military equipment at all, it would seem. We saw them seizing some, it looked like, from a couple of the army bases recently, but my god, they seem completely, like, almost, like, shockingly poorly armed.
To keep up, because every time you look on social media or regular television channels that are coming through, we see pictures of these statues representative of the Al-Assad regime being toppled, and what you're getting the sense of now is the capital, Damascus, and so President Bashar al-Assad's regime being encircled. We have heard the reports about opposition forces taking Daraa, which is a city in the south, the birthplace.
Okay. All right. That one's just kind of... I forgot that one's also wrapping up what we were just talking about. But things have gotten even more out of control for Bashar al-Assad here in Syria, and this is from 8 hours ago. CNN, according to the US, Assad regime in Syria may fall in days.
We begin with breaking news tonight out of Syria, where rebels may be on the verge of toppling President Bashar al-Assad's regime. The rebels keep pushing deeper south. They say they're now at the gates of Damascus. Of course, that's Syria's capital. And at this moment, conflicting reports about where President Assad actually is. For more on all of this, CNN's Nick Robertson is joining us now live from London. Nick, what is the latest?
Yeah, Jessica, sources I'm talking to are saying that rebels have essentially been looking for Assad in the capital, and he is not in the places that they would have expected him to be. This was not the sort of main bulk of their forces that we now see poised at the northern outskirts of Damascus, and we see rebel forces who've come from the south as well in some of the sort of southern suburbs. Damascus is a really, really large city. You know, you can travel an hour to get to the far outside of it if the traffic is heavy. What we are seeing right now is the army deserting their posts, the police deserting their posts right around the capital, and the rebels converging on it. And these rebel elements that have already been inside, essentially on reconnaissance efforts inside the capital, are not seeing Assad where they would expect him to see him, or not seeing indications of him. They don't know where he is. They say that they're searching for him. They don't know if he's in.
It seems, I mean, I think many of us have probably seen this picture in other sorts of overthrown dictatorships and things like that. If Assad is not gone, he's in trouble, because it would seem people are hunting him personally down. He's where the sun don't shine. Try looking there. I'm sure they're looking in all the places.
Damascus still, if he has somewhere else in the country, or even if he has left the country. They just don't have concrete information about it. But for sure, he's not in the places they would expect him to be, which really shows the signs here that Assad appears to recognize that his grip on power is loosening, and potentially really here, may have less than days in reality to have a grip on the country. If the Damascus wakes up tomorrow morning, finds rebels move from the outside into the center of the city, he effectively has lost control over the capital.
I saw that message. I thought it was hilarious. It's technically true. I mean, Toyotas are great. They're a great car.
And we don't know what he may keep under his control at this time.
They make a durable
truly
truck.
Incredible, and just to watch how quickly this is all played out. Nick, as President Trump is overseas tonight, he's also making his position known on what he believes the U.S. involvement in Syria should be. What is he saying?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. Look, he's saying this is not the United States fight. The United States should stay out of it. That this is something, just stand back and let them finish.
This is hilarious. Opposition fighters in Syria in an unprecedented move. Well, aside from the preceding civil war, have totally taken over numerous cities in a highly coordinated offensive and are now on the outskirts of Damascus. Obviously, wait, same sentence? Is that a period? No, it's a comma. Obviously preparing to make a very big move toward taking out Assad. Russia, because they are so tied up in Ukraine and with the loss of something or other. This thing cannot happen to them. There was never much of a benefit in Syria for Russia, other than to make Obama look really stupid.
Immediately, if not sooner.
In any event, Syria is a mess, but it is not our friend. And, capital all caps, the United States should have nothing to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. Now, of course, I'm sure Donald Trump is clear that he probably knows that we're in Syria, right? Somebody told him that we're in Syria already. I'm sure somebody, before he tweeted "truth this." I'm sorry. He didn't tweet it. He truthed it to the world. I'm sure somebody checked this to make sure that he knew that we were there already.
Up there, U.S. does have forces inside the very northwest of Syria. They are backing and supporting and backed by a large, mostly Kurdish rebel faction there, the Syrian Democratic Forces. This is an important component of the United States overseas efforts to contain and constrict and defeat ISIS. And one of the important things, if you will, about that rebel group in the northwest of Syria that the United States supports is the large jails where there are hundreds, if not thousands, of former ISIS fighters and their families that are being kept in those prisons, essentially by these Kurdish groups that are supported by the United States. So President Trump making very clear he sees no role for the United States forces inside Syria at the moment.
Yeah, except they're already there, so, just depends on what you want to count as Syria. Do U.S. outposts in Syria count as Syria? Hard to say. All right, let's go here to Reuters. 6 hours ago, Syrian rebels advancing on Damascus. Oh, why are you... Oh, God. Excuse me.
Syria lives on. Meanwhile, Syrian rebels battled government forces for control of the key city of Homs. Since the rebels' sweep into Aleppo a week ago, government defenses have crumbled at a dizzying speed, putting the Assad dynasty's 5-decade reign over Syria in danger, and the continued influence there of its main regional backer, Iran.
So certainly there is an existential threat against the regime.
Kateba Idlibi is the resident senior fellow on Syria at the Atlantic Council.
The regime finds itself isolated, especially because on one hand, Russia is bogged down in Ukraine. But I think also more importantly, on the other hand, Iran is incapable of really responding effectively to protect and defend the regime.
The U.S. and other Western officials said the lightning rebel advance suggests Assad's government could fall within the week. The pace of events has stunned Arab capitals and raised fears of a new wave of regional instability. According to the state news agency, Assad remains in Damascus, and the military said it was reinforcing around the capital and south. The foreign ministers of Russia, Iran, and the main rebels backer, Turkey, said they met in Doha on Saturday and agreed on the importance of Syria's territorial integrity and on restarting a political process. They said in a joint statement along with 5 Arab countries that a political solution was needed to stop military operations and protect civilians in Syria.
Yeah, because there's already becoming a refugee problem inside Syria now. And Syria just got done taking in Lebanese refugees, who are just sort of slowly filtering out. Now it's internally displaced Syrians in the old Syrian Civil War 2.0 here. Here's, I think, our last video on this. This is from 6 hours ago. Associated Press. UN envoy for Syria calling for urgent talks to ensure orderly political transition in Syria. In what I estimate to be essentially an admission by Syria's own government that Bashar is basically calling it quits.
Rapid advance of Syrian rebels is creating shockwaves across the region. Foreign ministers and senior diplomats from 8 key countries are now holding an emergency meeting. This was not planned ahead of time. It's taking place on the sidelines of an international summit, the Doha Forum. Key players in Syria are involved here. This includes Russia, this includes Iraq, the Iranians, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the host country. These are high-level talks, and there is a shared interest here in finding a way forward. The UN's envoy for Syria called on the international community, called on these players to begin talking about a transition in Syria. They're talking about the potential post-Assad period for this country. One thing that people are not talking about, nobody seems to know where the Syrian leader Bashar Assad is. Those who do know aren't saying.
Okay. All right. Well, that's gonna do it on Syria for today. With the Syrian rebels marching on the capital, and with the Syria's UN envoy calling for a brokered sort of multilateral political transition. You know, it's fascinating. I cannot believe how fast this has all happened. We've only been talking about this for like a week. Less than that. How long have we been talking about? When did this even start? When did we start talking about this? The whole country has been taken over by people in 90s Toyotas. Was it 3 days ago? Because that's what I was like, dude, is it like 4 days ago or something like that? It's 3? Is it 3? Because that's insane. How is that even possible? I think it's going to take a while for us to unpack how this went down. God, but with Syria's envoy saying that, it's like, it almost feels like it's a done deal. We're talking about transition of power now. And what that's going to look like. Will there be a Kurdish state? Alright, let's go to Ukraine. As Zaporizhia has been hit again. They've been getting hit a bunch lately. Isn't one of the groups U.S. friendly? Technically, I mean, the U.S. has tried to maintain some kind of relationship with multiple groups in Syria to fight ISIS, supposedly. But there's always been the underlying potential of overthrowing Bashar al-Assad on the table. But yeah, the current rebel group that's making all the progress is working directly with the United States, essentially. Has been. They're also formerly, formerly affiliated with Al-Qaeda, but they're claiming they're not. They think that theocracy is actually bad. All right, let's go to Georgia now. Before we go to the sort of big discussion, one of the bigger topics we have of discussion here tonight. Pretty sure most people know what that is. But let's go to Georgia, see what's been going on with these protests. They have not relented. Like I said a couple days ago, protesters said they were not going to end these protests anytime soon until they got what they wanted. They seem to be sticking to that. Jesus. Strobes and water cannons at the same time. Interesting.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Okay.
My name is Luca, I'm 26 years old, and I'm here because I cannot stay home and watch how they are destroying my country, how they are taking away our freedom and our fundamental rights, how they are arresting people my age and younger, how they beat them up and give them ridiculous punishments.
I am Salome Bakhtaze. I am a student, 18 years old. I am protesting against these unjust decisions of my government. I just want us to move towards Europe and not back to the hole where we just got out from.
Hi, this is Luke Australia. I'm 22 years old and I'm standing here because I believe I unrationally love this country and I'm against everything that is happening here right now. We're not tired and I think we're gonna keep coming here every single day. It's 9th day now, there could be 99th day and we will be still standing here and we will do everything within our power to get rid of this illegitimate government.
Why are we now in subscriber? We've been in subscriber-only mode for a while now. I think around around election day is when I switched it to subscriber-only mode, just to hopefully force people who wanted to chat to subscribe. All right, now. We're there. Can't avoid it any longer. Tucker interview. It's time. It's the Tucker time. Tucker Carlson, as we talked about yesterday, very briefly, went on a little vacation to Russia. And he did an interview with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Sorry. Sorry, I'm sure I'm going to stop that anytime now. But, yeah, let's see how that went in just 2 seconds here. Tucker Carlson channel, 2 days ago.
Minister Lavrov, thank you for doing this. Do you believe the United States and Russia are at war with each other right now?
I wouldn't say so. And in any case, this is not what we want. We would like to have normal relations with all our neighbors, of course, but generally with all countries on earth, especially with the great country like the United States.
By the way, you'll notice a pattern here. I'm not going to give it away quite yet, but there's a certain pattern you may notice during this special time we have here together on this Tucker Carlson interview with Foreign Minister Lavrov. Tucker's chosen a particular style of interviewing on this one.
President Putin repeatedly expressed his respect for the American people, for the American history, for the American achievements in the world. And we don't see any reason why Russia and the United States cannot cooperate for the sake of
Why can we not be friends?
But the United States is funding a conflict that you're involved in, of course, and now is allowing attacks on Russia itself. So that doesn't constitute war?
We officially are not at war.
Now, of course, the framing of that question is idiotic. It would also mean that North Korea is technically, that with troops supposedly on the front line, actually at like literal war with troops on the ground fighting in Ukraine. There's been some evidence to this. But beyond that, they've been supplying weapons to Russia, which have been given the green light to be used wherever the fuck Russia wants since the beginning of all of this. So that would also implicate them. It would implicate, I think, also China and India, who've supplied weapons, parts, things like that. It's awkward. It's an awkward framing for sure. It would basically mean that all those countries are all at war with one another, is what he's saying.
But what is going on in Ukraine is some people call it hybrid war. I would call it hybrid war as well.
Oh, some people do. I also do.
It is obvious that the Ukrainians would not be able to do what they're doing with long-range modern weapons without direct participation of the American servicemen. And this is dangerous.
Packing
no doubt about
the boxes.
This. We don't want to aggravate the situation, but since ATACMS and other long-range weapons are being used against mainland Russia, as it were, we are sending signals, and we hope that the last one, a couple of weeks ago, the signal with the new weapon system called the Reshnik, was taken seriously. However, we also know that some officials in the Pentagon and in other places, including NATO, they started saying in the last few days something like, well, NATO is a defensive alliance, but sometimes you can strike first because the attack is the best defense. Some others in Stratcom, I think.
Russia's a huge fan of that particular ideology.
Kinin is his name. Representative of Stratcom, he said something which allows for an eventuality of exchange of limited nuclear strikes. And this kind of threats are really worrying, because if they are following the logic.
So he's worried by some people who've been concerned about future nuclear war, even though Vladimir Putin has been spelling out the use of nuclear weapons. Okay. Yeah, that is truly troubling when people are concerned about things that are concerning.
Which some Westerners have been pronouncing lately, that, well, don't believe that Russia has red lines. They announce their red lines. These red lines are being moved again and again and again. This is a very serious mistake. That's what I would like to say in response to this question. It is not us who started the war. Putin repeatedly said that we started the operation in order to end the war, which Kiev regime.
We started war to end war. That's how work. You don't understand perhaps how military work, but sometimes you have to start war to end war, even if war does not exist. It's insane. It's an insane theory and suggestion. Of course, Tucker Carlson's not here to push back on any of this. If you haven't figured it out yet in the first 3.5 minutes, Tucker is not really here to interview so much as to be a vessel here for Russian propaganda. Right? Like, that's what he's here to do. Russia is here to say yes and prompt Sergei Lavrov to go on long tirades about nonsensical ideas about how Russia started a war in Ukraine to end a war that didn't exist until Russia invaded the first time in 2014.
Was conducting against its own people in the parts of.
But look at Tucker's face. Look at him. He's dead. He's dead set on. He's, oh my God. He's soaking it all in. Oh, this is all gold. This is all gold to Tucker. He's in the presence of a wise and learned man. He can in fact learn from.
Just in his latest statement, the president clearly indicated that we are ready for any eventuality, but we strongly prefer peaceful solution through negotiations on the basis of respecting legitimate security interests.
Wait, what? What? How? And also, what? If you're such a fan of diplomatic solutions, why'd you invade a different country?
Of Russia, and on the basis of respecting the people who live in Ukraine, who still live in Ukraine being Russians, and their basic human rights, language rights, religion.
Oh, don't you understand? They are liberating Russians living under Ukrainian law. It's not fair. They couldn't just leave. We must liberate with missiles and bombs.
Rights have been exterminated by series of legislation passed by the Ukrainian parliament, and they started long before the special military operation. Since 2017, legislation was passed prohibiting Russian education in Russian, prohibiting
after the first
Russian
invasion.
media operating in Ukraine, then prohibiting Ukrainian media working in Russian language.
I love how he's like playing innocent through this discussion of this, like, I cannot understand why would Ukraine not want the Russia thing after we come and take part of the country. It's very weird. It's like they don't like us. It's very racist against Russia.
And the latest, of course, there were also steps to cancel any cultural events in Russian. Russian books were thrown out of libraries and
illegal,
exterminated. And the latest was the law prohibiting canonic Orthodox Church, Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And you know, it's very interesting when
I'm sorry, what?
People.
Wait, what is he talking about? Does he think that sometimes it's hard to understand what he's saying, but is he saying that the Ukrainian Orthodox Church doesn't exist anymore? So he speaks in vagaries so much, it's hard to sometimes get what the fuck this guy is getting at. He does it on purpose, of course. But I'm pretty sure the Ukrainian Orthodox Church still exists, still doing its thing. 100%. I mean, aside from the ones that have been, you know, put out of commission by Russian bombing in their areas, you know, hard to run a church without any people.
Say we want this conflict to be resolved on the basis of the UN Charter and respect for territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia must withdraw.
What?
The Secretary General of the United Nations says similar things. Recently, his representative repeated that the conflict must be resolved on the basis of international law, UN Charter, General Assembly resolutions. While
it all sounds pretty reasonable, actually. Yeah, I would say that all makes sense.
Respecting territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's a misnomer, because if you want to respect the United Nations Charter, you have to respect it in its entirety. And the United Nations Charter, among other things, says that all countries must respect equality of states and the right of people for self-determination. And
this is such a weird vibe. It says must allow for people to be good. Like, I mean, dude, we all know that what Russia's doing is a clear violation of everything he's talking about. But of course, he's trying to gear us up for something here.
Also mentioned the United Nations General Assembly resolutions, and this is clear that what they mean is the series of resolutions which they passed after the beginning of the special military operation, and which demand condemnation of Russia. Russia get out of Ukraine territory in 1991 borders, but there are other United Nations General Assembly resolutions which were not voted but which were consensual, and among them is a declaration on principles of relations between states on the basis of the Charter, and it clearly says by consensus everybody must respect territorial integrity of states whose governments respect the right of people for self-determination, and because of that represent the entire population living on a given territory.
Wait. So he's claiming that the invasion is okay because Ukraine didn't respect Russian people inside of the country. Is that what he's saying? Like, after the first illegal invasion of Ukrainian territory in 2014, the annexation of the Crimea, and then Ukraine and the Ukrainian church made choices to do some things, and that, in his mind, amounts to them not respecting the territorial integrity of Russia for some reason, somehow, or the people within their territory. So he thinks that essentially, so what he's saying is that Ukraine committed crimes against humanity inside of Ukraine in post after the first invasion, and that has justified the second invasion. This is fascinating. This is a real web of bullshit.
That the people who came to power through military coup d'etat in February 2014 represented Crimeans or the citizens of eastern and southern Ukraine is absolutely useless. It is obvious that Crimeans rejected the coup. They said, leave us alone, we don't want to have anything with you. So did Donbass. Crimeans held referendum.
The coup, wait. What is it? He's basically, I think he's reversing all of history from the way that he's talking about this. I think he's referring to a different time. He's not talking about the Russian coup in the Crimea. I think he's referring to the loss of Russia's favorite candidate in 2014.
And they rejoined Russia. Donbass was declared by the putschists who came to power a terrorist group. They were shelled, attacked by artillery. The war started, which was stopped in February 2015, and the Minsk agreements were signed, and we were very sincerely interested in closing this drama by seeing Minsk agreements implemented fully. It was sabotaged by the government which was established after the coup d'etat in Ukraine. There was a demand that they enter into a direct dialogue with the people who did not accept the coup. There was a demand that they promote economic relations with that part of Ukraine, and so on and so forth. None of this was done. The people in Kyiv were saying we would never talk to them directly.
I love how this entire conversation, as you can tell, Tucker has nothing to ask. He has nothing to add to all this. It's honestly shocking for a guy who is supposedly a journalist, who's made millions of dollars doing supposed journalism. He's just sitting here letting a Kremlin spokesperson just talk ad nauseum, no breaks, no interjections, no extra, hey, but what about this? Hey, about what? No, none of that. No, Ukraine. I mean, no. Oh my God, Tucker just thinks everything this guy is saying it might as well just be being said from the pulpit or whatever. It's in the Bible.
Jesus, I say that.
And this is in spite of the fact that the demand to talk to them directly was endorsed by the Security Council. And they said they are terrorists, we would be, fighting them, and they would be dying in cellars because...
This guy talks incredibly slow.
We are stronger. Had the coup in February...
Is this 2x? No, not 2x. What the fuck is going on?
Had it not happened, and had the deal which was reached the day before between the then president and the opposition implemented, Ukraine would have stayed one piece by now with Crimea in it. It's absolutely clear. They did not deliver on the deal. Instead, they staged the coup. The deal, by the way, provided for creation of a government of national unity in February 2014 and holding early...
So yeah, he's claiming that Ukraine doing democracy and not wanting to be in Russia's pocket was a coup. Okay. That's what he's saying. He's not talking about the coup that was, partly done by the Wagner group and, just wild.
elections, which the then president would have lost. Everybody knew that. But they were impatient, and they took the government buildings next morning. They went to this Maidan Square and announced that they created the government of the winners. Compare the government of national unity to prepare for elections and the government of the winners.
Oh, look at that. We got eyebrow movement from Tucker Carlson. Let's watch that. That's basically all we've seen from Tucker Carlson for a while. Let me see those eyebrows again, Tucker.
The government of national unity to prepare for elections. The government of the winners. How can the people whom they, in their view, defeated, how can they pretend that they respect the authorities in Kyiv? The right for self-determination is the international legal basis for decolonization process, which took place in Africa on the basis of this charter principle, right for self-determination. The people in the colonies, they never treated the colonial powers, colonial masters, as somebody who represent them, as somebody whom they want to see in the structures which govern those lands.
My dreams of becoming a DJ? Yeah. Dreams of becoming... Yeah, I always dream about becoming a DJ. In my spare time, I'm like, oh boy, I'd love to be a DJ. The dream's big dream. DJ dream. It's a real thing. Write that down. So, I mean, most of this is just dumb. We're just going to go chapter by chapter now. at this point. This is the intro. These are all real stupid. It's fascinating, though, that Tucker's audience takes him seriously when he does interviews like this. But they're not really critical thinking people, I guess.
Right of their own people.
I want to go back to what you said a moment ago about the introduction or the unveiling of the hypersonic weapon system that you said was a signal to the West. What signal exactly? I think many Americans are not even aware that this happened. What message were you sending by showing it to the world?
Well, the message is that you, the United States, and the allies of the United States, who also provide this long-range weapons to the Kyiv regime, they must understand that we would be ready to use any means not to allow them to succeed in what they call strategic defeat of Russia. They fight for keeping their hegemony over the world on any country.
We don't let them not lose war. That is how we do. Okay, it's great. We test weapons on people. Successful. Great job, us.
Conclusions.
The fact that we're having a conversation about a potential nuclear exchange and it's real is remarkable. Not something I... see, and it raises the question, how much back-channel dialogue is there between Russia and the United States? Has there been for the last 2.5 years? Is there any conversation ongoing?
There are several channels, but mostly on exchange of people who served terms in Russia and in the United States. There were several swaps. There are also channels which are not advertised or publicized, but basically the Americans send through these channels the same message which they send publicly. You have to stop. You have to accept the way which will be based on the Ukrainian needs and Ukrainian position. They support this absolutely pointless peace formula by Zelensky, which was additioned recently by Victory Plan. They held several series of meetings, Copenhagen format, Bürgenstock, what have you. And to the Russian people.
How many have died so far, do you think, on both sides?
It is not disclosed by Ukrainians. Zelensky was saying that it is much less than 80,000 persons on Ukrainian side. But there is one very reliable figure.
Wait, he just contradicted himself in the same fucking sentence. Ukrainians don't tell, but Zelensky, head of Ukraine, says it's less than 80,000. So I don't know.
In Palestine, during 1 year after the Israelis started their operation in response to this terrorist attack, which we condemned, and this operation, of course, acquired the proportion of collective punishment, which is against international humanitarian law as well. So during 1 year after the operation started in Palestine, the number of civilians, Palestinian civilians,
oh my God,
killed.
Russia doesn't give a single shit about Palestine. They use them as a prop, as just a way to, you know, point out the hypocrisy of the West, which of course exists. But Russia has never lifted a finger for Palestinians, and they're never going to. You know, them saying in a vote that they know that the U.S. is going to veto, you know, going against a vote that, like, it just, come on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, going and saying that Russia, that you know, there's crimes being committed in Palestine, and they can point to the United States is beneficial for them. But it's not beneficial for them to help Palestinians, which is why they don't.
He is not adequate.
So what are the terms under which Russia would cease hostilities? Like, what are you asking for?
10 years ago, in February 2014, we were asking only for the deal between the president and the opposition.
Yes.
to have government of national unity and to hold early elections to be implemented. The deal was signed, and we were asking for the implementation of this deal. They were absolutely impatient and...
Okay, honestly, this is the most annoying conversation ever. I'm sorry. I already listened to this earlier, and trying to listen to it a second time with how slow this asshole talks, it's the most... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying, people. Let's listen to him try to explain what happened to Alexei Navalny.
Shown in Bucha. No answer. Just like we don't have any answer to the question.
So now he's upset that you know, he didn't get... actually, we got to go back. I forgot about this one. This is disgusting.
In the presence of the Security Council members, he did not respond. Then at my press conference in New York, after the end of the General Assembly last September, I asked all the correspondents, guys, you are journalists. Maybe you're not an investigative journalist, but journalists normally are interested to get the truth. And
oh my God, Tucker, quit pretending that you're shocked that this happened.
Bucha thing, which was played all over the media outlets condemning Russia, is not of any interest to anyone. Politicians, UN officials, and now even journalists. I asked them, when I talked to them in September, please, as professional people, try to get the names of those whose bodies were shown in Bucha.
So Tucker's acting shocked. This guy's acting outraged and like he's a victim about a massacre committed by Russia. And when he went to journalists to ask for names of victims, that he was somehow not given those names. That's not right. Oh, it's wrong.
That's too much, man.
Oh, yeah. Is it wrong? Is it wrong? Is it wrong they might want to protect people? I mean, think about it. You know, it's like the murderer asking, hey, can you give me a list of the people I murdered just to make sure I want to make sure I got everybody. You know, just written down so I can just not, it's not for record keeping purposes or anything, or, you know, making sure that I killed the right people. I just wanted to get their families some letters and tell them how sorry we were for the massacre that we did. Yeah, no, you know, just, yeah.
No answer. Just like we don't have any answer to the question, where is the results of medical analysis of Alexei Navalny, who died recently, but who was treated in Germany in the fall of 2020, when he felt bad on a plane over Russia. The plane landed. He was treated by the Russian doctors in Siberia. Then the Germans wanted to take him. We immediately allowed the plane to come. They took him. In less than 24 hours, he was in Germany. And then the Germans continued to say that we poisoned him.
Oh, Russia's never poisoned anybody ever before. And Tucker looks absolutely bewildered by that. He's like, there's no historical evidence for anyone ever being poisoned by Russia, ever.
To get information.
Why do you think, so many threads, but why do you think that Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister of the UK, would have stopped the peace process in Istanbul? On whose behalf was he doing that?
Well, I met with him a couple of times, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was motivated by some immediate desire or by some long-term strategy. He is not very predictable.
Okay. Do you think he was acting on behalf of the U.S. government, on behalf of the Biden administration? He was doing this independently? I mean, I
don't know. I don't know, and I wouldn't guess. The fact that the Americans and the Brits are leading in this.
I love how that's all that the Tucker can think of. He's like, maybe we can tie this to the Joe Biden administration. Maybe Joe Biden did it. That should get some clicks.
Pay attention to this in a very special way.
Would dropping sanctions against Russia be a condition?
I would say...
By the way, you're hearing the majority of basically every single thing that Tucker Carlson says. You're hearing it because he does not interrupt in between these questions. Okay, I hope you know that. You're not missing any fun Tucker Carlson quips or anything like that. He's just reading questions.
Probably many people in Russia would like to make it a condition, but the more we live under sanctions, the more we understand that it is better to rely on yourself and to develop mechanisms, to develop platforms for cooperation with normal countries who are not unfriendly to you and don't mix economic interest and policies, and especially politics. And we learned a lot after the sanctions started. Sanctions started under Obama. They continued in a very big way under first term of Trump. And these sanctions under the Biden administration are absolutely unprecedented. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, you know. And
well, but it also just drives...
They would be never kill
unless
us.
You
so
lose leg. Unless you lose leg, not so good. It might be a little less strong after that.
Less stronger.
And driving Russia east. And so the vision that I think sane policymakers in Washington had 20 years ago.
This is literally one of the only Tucker Carlson interjections in the entire thing, which is why I waited for it. It's hilarious. Like, this dude basically doesn't talk for most of the interview. It's insane. I mean, if you don't believe me, watch it. I mean, it's painful. An hour and a half of just Foreign Minister Lavrov droning on in his like 90-year-old Russian accent. It's, oh my God, it's painful.
Why not?
I mean, it's not like listening to Tucker Carlson's any fun, but Jesus Christ.
And driving Russia east. And so the vision that I think sane policymakers in Washington had 20 years ago
Russia.
Is why not bring Russia into a Western bloc, sort of as a balance against the rising East? But it doesn't seem like that. Do you think that's still possible?
I don't think so. Recently, Putin was speaking at Valdai Club. Politologists and experts, he said we would never be back at the situation of early 2022.
Okay. Yep. He keeps going on and on. China, the China alliance. Chinese-Russia alliance.
Very much.
But it is the way that big countries behave. I mean, there are certain orbits, and now it's BRICS versus NATO, U.S. versus China. And it sounds like you're saying the Russian-Chinese alliance is permanent.
Well, we are neighbors. We are neighbors.
Of course.
And geography is very important.
But you're also neighbors with Western Europe. You're part of it, in effect.
Well, through Ukraine. And the Western Europe wants to come to our borders. And there were plans that, were discussed almost openly to put British naval bases on the Sea of Azov. Crimea was eyed, dreaming about creating NATO base in Crimea, and so on and so forth. We have been very friendly with Finland, for example. Overnight, the Finns came...
Dude, the fake outrage. I mean, he knows why Finland overnight, as he put it. There was a thing that happened overnight that he's completely vincing or like just glossing over here. It's wild.
Finland, for example. Overnight, the Finns came back to early years of preparation for World War II.
I mean, it's like it is ridiculous. I think everybody knows what happened to cause Finland to be a little concerned about their security. Oh my god, dude. It's like, why everybody is so upset while we invade the country? It's only, sovereign territory. But it used to be Russia. Why can't it be Russia again?
They were best allies of Hitler. And
oh my god. Oh my god. All right, great, buddy. All right. Who is making foreign policy decisions in the U.S.? Let's find out.
It hurts us, and please restore the rights of Russians.
Who do you think has been making foreign policy decisions in the United States? This is a question in the United States. Who is making these decisions?
I wouldn't guess. I haven't seen Tony Blinken for years. 2 years ago, I think, at the G20 summit, was it in Rome or somewhere? In the margins. His assistant,
There's a reason why you haven't been seeing them. Partly because Russia's been disallowed from appearing in a couple of places. That's certainly part of it. I mean, it's not as if, ever since all this happened, the diplomatic relations have been rosy or anything like that. I just love how he just plays this ridiculous outrage game for this entire interview of like, oh, I don't understand why everybody is so upset. Nobody likes Russia, but we don't do anything wrong. Make no sense.
Ridiculous. Grown-up people, mature people, they behave like kids, so childish. Unbelievable.
So you said that when in 2016 in December, the Obama administration left a bunch of bombs basically for the incoming Trump administration. In the last month since the election, you have all sorts of things going on politically in bordering states in this region that, in Georgia and Belarus, in Romania, and then, of course, most dramatically in Syria, you have turmoil. Does this seem like part of an effort by the United States to make the resolution more difficult?
There is nothing new, frankly, because the U.S. Historically, in foreign policy, was motivated by making some trouble and then to see if they can fish in the muddy water. Iraqi aggression, Libyan adventure, ruining the state, basically.
There's some other places that Russia's been kind of ruining too that aren't even Ukraine, in Africa. If he wants to talk Africa, but Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot there's more of this. I want to go to the very last point here. Lavrov's thoughts on Donald Trump. Last 7 minutes is dedicated to this topic. Tucker's favorite topic.
Contacts which we are planning for this week will help stabilize the situation.
What do you think of Donald Trump?
I met him several times when he was having meetings with Putin and when he received me twice, I think, in the Oval Office when I was visiting for bilateral talks. I think he's a very strong person, a person who wants results, who doesn't like procrastination on anything.
That's right. I'm strong and I get results. That's what I do. Lavrov gets it.
And this is my impression. He's very friendly in discussions, and but this does not mean that that he is pro-Russian, as some people try to present him. The amount of sanctions we received under the Trump administration was very, very, very big.
Oh, it's very big. Not as many as the Biden, but it's big. It's big-ish.
And we respect any choice which is made by the people when they vote. And we respect the choice of American people, and we are open, as Putin said, we are open to contacts with. We have been open all along.
Don't worry about the Russian people. They vote. It's fine.
Is the current administration, and we hope that when Donald Trump is inaugurated, we will understand what the ball, as Putin said, is on their side. We never severed our contacts, our ties in economy, trade, on security, on anything.
And my final question is how...
Yeah, sounds like he's really looking forward to working with Donald Trump.
Sincerely worried are you?
I feel like he's actually trying to, in a way,
Russia and the United
I feel like he's trying to hide how excited he is about it, honestly. But it sounds like you think that they'll be able to work with each other on so many things.
Knowing what you do.
Well, we started with this question, more or less.
It seems the central question.
Yes, and the Europeans say that it's not, they whisper to each other that it is not for Zelensky to dictate the terms of the deal, it's for the US and Russia. I don't think we should be presenting our relations as...
I mean, it should actually be, I think, wait, who's the fourth signatory to the 93 agreement? Or 91 agreement? Can anybody help me right now? I can't think of it. But it should be like a multilateral thing, because that's how it, I mean, technically the first original, peace agreement was arrived at.
Two guys decide for everybody. Not at all. It is not our style. We prefer the manners which dominate in BRICS, in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where the UN Charter principle of sovereign equality of states.
You want sovereign equality, you should probably uninvade Ukraine. That's usually how sovereign equality, territory, all that stuff works. I don't think that's what he really means when he says this, though. What he means is, and he alludes to it at some point during this, we just did not have time, or I certainly didn't have the patience to listen to this whole thing again. The point is, at some point, he alludes to, how really it's basically, oh, US can do, why can't we do? That's how he sees sovereignty. It's like, he sees it as like some sort of a tit for tat. Like, that's how rules are done in his mind, And it's fascinating, it's terrifying. And everybody needs to chill the fuck out. I really am shocked that Tucker Carlson was this much of a fan of Lavrov, I guess, even though he was in Russia, what was it, a couple of years ago, doing similar shit. I just assumed Republicans didn't like Russia more, to some degree, Didn't they used to be scary communists or something? All right, we're done with that very strange interview. If anything, it seemed more like a coordinated press release for Russia. Let's go to this last story of the night. In South Korea, where earlier today the impeachment vote happened. But before we talk about that, let's go here now Reuters discuss some of the historical aspects of all this.
Protesters gathered in Seoul on Friday to demand the arrest of South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Among them is 70-year-old Lee Chul-woo. Lee is no stranger to political action. He participated in pro-democracy student rallies in the 1980s. And when Yoon this week declared martial law, it immediately recalled memories of past abuses by South Korean military strongmen and their enforcers. Lee said he was beaten and arrested by soldiers, leaving a trauma that still leaves him cold sweats and nightmares.
3 investigators came at me, guns pointed. But I didn't even know what was going on. It was indiscriminate beating. It's to break your spirit. I was hit so hard that I started seeing flashes of light.
Yoon this week stunned the nation with a late-night surprise declaration of martial law, branding his critics as North Korean or communist sympathizers. The move drew an immediate surge of opposition. Demonstrators raced to the parliament where they faced down soldiers. Lawmakers inside voted to reject the martial law declaration. Hours later, Yoon lifted the declaration. Now he is facing calls of impeachment and prosecution.
I felt relief when I heard the martial law had failed. But every time I hear about martial law, it brings back those memories. It reminds me of the human rights abuses I experienced. Back then, I kept running away when martial law was declared.
Yeah, and seeing as this guy's, what did they say, 71 years old or something like that, he was alive for the majority of military rule in post-Korean War South Korea. All right, yeah, let's look at some more of the demonstrations that were being held in expectation of this impeachment vote. The amount of organization for some of this is incredible. This is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive protesting. Now, unfortunately, the vote failed.
Now, in South Korea, an impeachment vote to remove the president, Yoon Suk-yeol, has failed, with members of Mr. Yoon's own governing party boycotting the proceedings. Well, let's go live now to Seoul and to our correspondent there, Jean Mackenzie. Jean, just tell us what happened here with this vote.
Yeah, we're just outside the voting chamber now, so in the centre of the Parliament Hall, and we've just found out, as you say, in the last 20 minutes, that actually this vote has not been able to go ahead. It has been a dramatic day here in the Parliament. Actually, we can hear people just behind us now chanting and shouting, and that's sort of been the theme of the day. There have been so many twists and turns. To explain to you how we got to this position, it looked like the vote was going to go ahead as planned, but then the members of President Yoon's party, the ruling party, they started one by one to walk walk out of the voting chamber deciding that they actually were not going to take part in this vote. They were going to boycott it instead. Now, the reason this is important is because the opposition party did not have enough votes on their own to impeach the president. They needed 8 members of the ruling party to vote with them. So when they started walking out and boycotting the chamber, there was a lot of anger here. People flooded to the doors of the chamber. They were shouting, "Traitors, traitors, go back in and vote." Now, surprisingly, over the course of this evening, a couple of the members of parliament have come back in to cast their vote, and it looked like at one point this could swing things. But the speaker has called it tonight and decided that actually there are not enough members here to be able for this vote to go ahead.
So yeah, there will be another vote. At least I believe that's what's going to happen. Due to the lack of members on the floor, there will have to be, I think, enough members since it already was introduced. That's my understanding of it. Could be wrong on that. So yeah, the entire, if you didn't quite catch what she was saying, the president's entire party walked out of the chamber, preventing a vote from happening.
I call on all of you.
Although if that's I feel like if that's enough to stop a vote from happening, it would also be enough to keep a vote from passing. But I don't know enough about the intricacies of Korean politics to say.
Urgently return to your seats and impeach the coup leader Yoon, and actively participate in overcoming the crises of democracy, the economy of our people in the Republic of Korea.
Now, the president, what's his name? Yoon,
South
did come
Korean
out to
President
apologize.
Yoon Suk-yeol will eventually step down, according to his party's leader, following a botched attempt at imposing martial law on Asia's 4th largest economy. That's after Yoon survived an impeachment motion in parliament on Saturday, thanks to members of his ruling People Power Party boycotting the vote. Opposition protesters shouted at the lawmakers who walked out on the vote, calling them collaborators. The motion failed to gain the minimum 200 votes to make it count, forcing National Assembly Speaker Woo Won-shik to declare it scrapped.
오늘 국회의 결정을 지켜보고 있습니다.
The entire nation is watching the decision being made here at the National Assembly today, Wu said. It's very regrettable that there wasn't even a vote on such a major national issue. Outside Parliament, protesters flooded the streets demanding Yoon be gone. The president shocked the nation late on Tuesday when he gave the military sweeping emergency powers to root out what he called anti-state forces and overcome obstructionist political opponents. Backlash forced him to scrap the order hours later, but the move plunged the country, a key U.S. military ally, into its greatest political crisis in decades. Earlier on Saturday, Yoon apologized to the nation.
Yeah, and that's our last video. Great job, everybody. Let's go to it now. South Korean president apologizes on TV. I am very sorry. I would like to sincerely apologize to the people who were shocked regarding the declaration of martial law. I will not avoid any legal or political responsibility. There will never be a second declaration of martial law. I leave it up to my party to take steps to stabilize the political situation in the future. How brave. He leaves it to his party to dissolve. Great job, including the issue of my term in office. Okay. Well, hopefully his party decides to create political stability and get rid of him, because I don't think it's going to be easy to maintain without it. Okay. Well, we gotten through another one, chat. It was long and quite arduous. But thankfully we had each other. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Punk, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoib, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped to produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for a few US dollars a month.